There you go, baby.
Here we are.
You like the soup?
Yeah. Did you put something different in it?
No.
Oh, what was that?
Might have been a little bit of the brown from sometimes there's a little blood with the egg.
And that? Same?
Yeah. I saw a couple bloody spots in the.
Wait, blood?
Yeah, it happens every now and then. Just like the itsy bitsiest little. Or, or,
Isn't.
or, or some sort of something that resembles it's part of the like the bit that attaches itself to the outer part of the shell.
But it shouldn't be blood, right? Because blood is life.
Or to changing into the maybe I'm wrong with the blood, but there's I see it in eggs every now and then.
Hopefully. Wouldn't that mean that it was fertilized?
And
Hmm.
I can see from the egg that it appeared to be a regular egg. It was not any weird. The yolk hadn't changed shape. It wasn't split into two or anything like that.
Well, the baby would be tiny, 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 right? Even human babies would be tiny.
Yeah, I guess I don't understand the whole process.
So much in the world to know about. And the people who are supposed to be knowing about it and teaching other people are doing a shitty job at it. I'm here to give you grades, not to teach you anything. That's what your college professor said we were
Uh,
talking about today?
in a sense, his words were, "I'm here to present the material, not to teach it."
How do you present material if you're not teaching it? How do you know how to present it?
What what's the difference between them and a book at that point?
Yeah, and what's presenting versus teaching? What's the distinction? Making sure you understand it,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
communicating it in a way that fuck off. Maybe it wasn't a good idea to eat soup while we live stream, but
it's, it's ASMR mukbang Bible talk.
do you remember where we left off? The last thing that happened, I think it was Sodom and not Sodom and Gomorrah. It was the Tower of Babel.
Yeah,
We learn again that God is just a scumbag.
yeah, he just keeps abusing.
There was absolutely no reason. He said something about do you see the back scratcher?
Mm-hmm.
Um he said something that if they're able to speak the same language and build a tall tower, there's nothing that they can't do. So I have to stop this.
Yeah,
Does that mean so far this guy's a dick and we can't expect him to change unless he shows us that he changes. And he still is responsible for what he's done originally. We can't call somebody infallible who's been shown to be fallible.
yeah.
But yeah, he's gonna save us, right? I'm a spiteful bitch, but I'm gonna save you.
Can I have the eyeglasses thing?
Can I have the water?
Trade you.
Um, Oh, were we on fucking Abraham?
You might have just gotten there.
Where was this? Is the record of the descendants of Terra. I remember that. And then I'm confused. I thought the Tower of Babel was a lot closer than this. There's like 2 pages of pictures. Maybe I left the bookmark in the wrong place. It's fucking usual.
I do that frequently as well.
I'm guessing that Abram is Abraham, even though they've interchanged the name. You know, maybe that was a while ago because now we're with Abraham. We stopped at chapter 12. Terah went with his daughter-in-law and his son and grandson, or daughter-in-law and grandson to
hey, say you're my sister, right? That story?
Yeah. No, that was Abram. That was Abram. I'm pretty sure. Was Abram the one he went with? Okay, hold on. So I found Tower Babel. I want to read it again because I think it's really important. I'm not sure why, when people talk about the Tower of Babel, it was that they must have done something wrong. God punished them, and that's why the Tower of Babel fell.
Yeah, it seems not according to the thing that we're reading.
It's weird, chapter 11 too, like the Twin Towers and then the tower falling.
Oh.
And a place where they communicate for money. So, for any conspiracy theories, I think that's pretty important.
Jews did 9/11. Proved it.
There's more proof from that than they didn't. The whole world spoke the same language. And presumably they all came from the same place. Noah and his 3 sons and their wives.
Yeah.
The whole world spoke using the same language, using the same words. It's interesting, same language and same words, because if you use the same words, it doesn't necessarily mean you understand each other, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously, from what we see right now, because people have their own, everybody has their own individual meaning for everything. So we all speak different languages. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean shit that we're using the same words. I love you means something different to everyone. And there's people who fucking say that, but it's not the right thing to do. Because then there's no communication. While men were migrating in the east, they came upon, so some people from the east came upon a valley in the land of Shinar and settled there. They said to one another, "Come, let us mold bricks and harden them with fire." they used bricks. They used bricks for stone and bitumen for mortar. It's like a historical account of changing from stone to bricks. It almost sounds like there was like some sort of advancement, maybe not advancement, but something new, which is an advancement, but maybe it's not like steel or something that's harder. Or then they said, come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the sky, and so make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we shall be scattered all over the earth. Is this what's bringing them together now? Maybe because they came from somewhere else, and they would go somewhere else if they didn't have a thing that identified them as these new people now building a tower?
Let's go upwards. Let's have everyone come together. Otherwise, we will be apart. Yeah, come build the tower.
But do you think it's to identify themselves as a culture, a group, a community? Instead of guys that came from the east that now went somewhere else, it's the men that built the tower, or the town of Babel, whatever it would be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Are they immigrants or are they builders? How do they identify themselves?
No.
No?
No. I'm saying they're using building this tower together as a representation of who they are now. Why would you want to live in a town where nobody knows your name as opposed to a place where you are a founding father? Why would somebody who built all the shit in the Wiz Khalifa in Dubai go move somewhere else where they haven't done anything? They don't know anybody. These people are connecting through this. As opposed to being some dicks that came from the east. Now they are the people who built Babel.
Yeah.
I don't know
I would think.
what was complicated about how I said it before.
I think I just did a poor job of saying that thing. They don't want to be immigrants, known as immigrants. They want to be known as the builders. So they're coming together.
What do you mean, immigrants?
People from the east. They migrated from somewhere.
Yeah. But it seems like they didn't find another city, they just found a piece of land. So they're not immigrants, they're settlers or
travelers, settlers. Incorrect word, but builders, as in they're coming together to be the builders of. We are the builders of Babel, the Tower of.
Have something to be proud of?
Yeah.
Make a name for ourselves. So that other people too, because these people are traveling everywhere, so the people will know them. And maybe will want to come trade and shit.
Yeah.
It's weird how I thought about it before. It's so much different. There's so much, I see so much extra shit because I listen to everybody. And there's like hundreds of times I've heard different things about Babel. And not all of them, I think, necessarily, or none of them make sense together. Even the depictions, like the art of it, that there's like all these people. I've heard that people came from all around to like make this this town or whatever. And then it doesn't say that some dudes from the east went here. Then God was like, the Lord came down to see the city and the tower that the men built. Then the Lord said, if now, while they are one people, all speaking the same language, they have started to do this, nothing later will stop them from doing whatever they presume to do. It's not just the people in Babel who can... fucking OBS went shit.
Oh. Well, let's see.
It just said reconnection successful. Oh well. So it's not just the people in Babel who are all speaking the same language, it's everyone. So why is it that he struck down that tower? That stopped everyone from being able to speak the same language? Was that like, did God think that that was going to be a place where everybody was going to find, they were all going to come together and find peace somehow? They would be able to talk, so they'd communicate, so they wouldn't want a war, so they'd settle things a different way? They would go the route of like pre-Plato shit, trying to understand things instead of trying to manipulate things. Fucking weird.
Yeah.
If now, while they're one people, all speaking the same language, but this... Oh!
What, baby?
I'm confused, because what if these people, if they all spoke the same language, and these guys wanted to stay in Babel, so what if...
Which guys?
The people who moved to Babel.
Okay.
And started building the tower. If they were scattered all over the earth, it wouldn't matter. Because everyone in the world spoke the same language. So they would be cool wherever they were. It's almost, maybe they're making
the origin story of everybody's different language. Maybe.
Yeah, even though now everybody does speak a different language.
Yeah, they're like, well, what's the reason those guys speak something different? We got to have answers.
Doesn't say they didn't speak anything different yet. But hold on, follow me.
Okay.
Because these guys come here and say, we'll make a name for ourselves. We're building this tower.
Mm-hmm.
If we don't, we'll be scattered all over the earth. That it doesn't matter if they would, because they would speak the same language, right? But maybe the opposite of being scattered is being there. So if everybody around the world... You're distracting me. Blah, 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 blah. If everyone around the same world, it's hard to hold on to all this shit, was speaking the same language, and they're scattered all over the earth, then maybe if these people are isolated to Babel, then they would eventually speak something different than everybody else. Does that make sense?
I think so.
It's just a thing that I'm holding in my head right now. So then, the Lord, I want to just say fucking God or whoever this dick is, or give him a fucking other name. But I'm trying to say literally what's in this book because there's differences. Sometimes it said God, and then God was talking to other people who were also lords.
Yeah.
So, came down to the city to see what people built. Then he said, if now, while they are one people. So now he's not talking about the tower. And if he's talking about the tower, that's poor writing.
Okay.
He went down to see the city and the tower. So these things are built. If now, while they are one people, all speaking the same language, they have started to do this, nothing will stop them from doing whatever they presume to do. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe because these people, maybe I was trying to give God the benefit of the doubt. That's why I put those things together. So he came down to look at this tower, but everybody was still speaking the same language at this point. And he's making note that they're still speaking the same thing, and they could do whatever they want then. He didn't say, this is hurting our chance for fucking world peace.
Okay.
Nothing will later stop them from doing whatever they presume to do. Does that mean God wouldn't be able to stop them?
Can you read it again?
The Lord came down to see the city and the tower that the men had built. Then the Lord said, if now, while they are one people, all speaking the same language, and he's the one who flooded the place that made everybody's Noah's fucking descendant. So God be fucking up and just be like, ooh, I keep fucking up. These humans keep besting me or not being agreeable with me. Just like a parent that's like, oh, like my mother, I made you to be my best friend. I'm mad at you because you're not my best friend. Okay, if now, while they are one people, all speaking the same language, they have, all speaking the same language, they have started to do this, nothing will later stop them from doing whatever they presume to fucking do.
And that could be anything. Human nature.
Anything that they want to do. Right?
I mean, I think that's what those words mean.
If there was a God, right? Let's presume that there is a God. And whatever people generally say that these are God's words. I don't think anybody any Christian disputes that, right?
Right.
That's where all Christians can come together. And all Muslims and all Jews. If I heard that God stopped people from doing what they want to do after he had already killed people for doing bad stuff, and it's in their nature, they can't help it. These people aren't doing bad things, are they? He's not saying that they're doing bad things. This isn't like pre-flood type shit. So I would feel a little hurt. A little like, what are your intentions, God? You know?
Yeah. Because I now find you suspect.
I think a lot of this is making people so fucking infantile and dumb. Because the only thing that they would get positive from a God like this is just having their heaven where they get to just do whatever they want. And if God tells them to stop doing something, okay, I won't have knowledge. That's okay. As long as I can pet my kitties and take my fucking Adderall. Woo!
My Instagrams as well.
Do whatever dumb shit. Okay. So now we're using us again. Let us then. So it God or the Lord and his other gods.
The other gods. Hold on. Can you read that part one more time, please?
The let us?
Yeah.
Let us then go down. That's as far as I got. Should I finish it?
No, as in you said in us is there more than one god?
This is like the second or third time there's been an us.
Yeah,
versus singular.
I remember. So
is the us, is that where angels came from? Like, people are just assuming that God is talking to all these different things that he created. Let us, I'm still the most powerful, but
is there at any point where I guess the Ten Commandments is where there'd be like, hey, there's only one of me. Right? Like, you won't worship any other things but me.
Yeah. I mean, that's where it's like definitive. There hasn't been one thing said like that. You know, like, I am saying that I am one highest thing. There was the beginning where it was like God created this and it was good, but then they mentioned an us. And an us in a way that made a decision. It was like it was like a political decision.
God decided he was going to make the universe.
Well, not that one, but fuck. I forgot. It probably doesn't matter because all this stuff. I think people will find that the most important thing about the Bible is learning how ignorant everybody who has felt an attachment to the Bible has been. And not just ignorance, but revealing the manipulation, revealing the fear that people have, why they hold on to this stuff. And anybody who can ever remember or has recorded their interpretations of the Bible, like us, that shit says something about people. You know what I mean?
I think so. Almost like ignorance is like a brand. It shows.
It definitely has its
thing.
Yeah. When I hear how people get around not truths, things that are not truths, I know their deficiencies, I know their weaknesses, I know their feelings, because you can only reason with those things with your own personal not truths. your own personal confusions about what is true and untrue about yourself, what is and what isn't. If people don't know what is and what isn't, I will know there is and isn't, because we share the same world, and I don't get things wrong. It's hard to be wrong these days about something that I've built many other rights and not rights around, like religion. Maybe I'll get a year wrong of something, or one thing would have happened. I think one thing happened through history before. I used to think that the Muslims were fucking younger than the Christians and the Jews. I was like, there's no fucking way. They live in sand now. You know?
Yeah.
But turns out I was wrong. And like ridiculed, like everything I ever thought was wrong now because I got that wrong. Religion is religion is religion, you know?
Because the dot is different on the timeline.
Yeah. Well,
all your other positions are bunk.
well, all I didn't have many then. You know, I was like young. So I didn't have like the Jews' influence on Christianity and then fucking Islam or whatever, but I did know that they were all fucking hurting people. Rudimentary shit. Sorry, were you gonna get more?
Yeah, I would like to get some more soup.
Okay, I'm gonna sit here and eat soup for a second then.
I'll be right back, sweetie.
Okay.
Do we need anything?
I would say some iced tea if it's cool.
I haven't made it.
What?
I haven't made it.
Oh fuck! I could have sworn you did like yesterday.
No.
Well, you know what to do. Get in the spaceship and fucking go 88 miles per hour to my fucking iced tea. Sorry, I love and miss you one piece.
Should we get some more water?
Some
cold water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
It kind of gives me a segue into an article thingy. It kind of ties into what you just said.
Okay.
About the Islams and
Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. My soup got cold. I like how it turned out. I like the big chunky parts and like the stringy parts. Gives a character. Some of it is almost like eating rice paper. You know how like melts in your mouth? It's like all thin and stuff. Or like the rice paper on Botane. I want some Botane. I want those stickers. I want to play Vintage Story. Too bad the world's burning around me and I don't have time to fucking... Or doesn't look good. I think we should try anyway. Oh, I'll end up talking. And people, oh, I came here to watch fucking Vintage Story. I want to see some retard fucking just telling me about the game, or maybe whispering to me. Serve me, serve me, serve me. apparently they've made a new, a lot of new things, and the way the biome generates is nicer, and they've made new music.
Oh, so this
Oh yeah.
you were talking about Islam. You thought it might be younger, but
Yeah.
it's not so.
No, it is younger. I was younger, and
Oh,
I thought it was older.
and that along with uh that
Oh.
it shows the ignorance of people who
Mhm.
believe in this. It's you said I think it was glaring
Mhm.
their ignorance. Uh, if it's glaring, I guess it shines brightly, right?
Mhm.
uh, today, uh, Iran decided to fire missiles and drones and shit at Israel.
I was wondering when they were gonna do something.
Okay, here's something weird about this though.
That as soon as Russia joins, it's gonna be fucking World War III. Oh look, Tower of Babel.
Hey, uh,
That they aren't there. We got it wrong. They aren't there.
what?
They would be in the rubble. Then nobody knows how to speak the same. We gotta.
We gotta fix this. Correction.
Yeah.
Perspective. I'm glad we came here and read.
Mm-hmm.
Us. Look at us.
Got it
Finding out.
wrong.
Finding out.
We fucked around. That's the best part.
Yeah, I had a good time making that with you.
Yeah. We learned how to do some things, some editing things, or at least it was practice.
Yeah. So they're fighting again. I say again because aren't they the same people, pretty much?
Yeah.
So you would talk about. I was just thinking a glaring sign of ignorance is brothers killing each other, like Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
Um, the
And they all came. If everybody came from Adam and Eve, all came from the same place, and I'm pretty sure that's something that a little Catholic schoolgirls like me have asked. If they all came from the same place, why are they fighting? I guess I should fight my brother too, huh?
yeah.
That's the example that everybody. But we're supposed to be nice to each other. What do you fucking mean? It's like the parents telling the children to be nice while the parents are fighting.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you have differences, and all you do is fucking meh, 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 meh.
Yeah.
And I want this toy. I know what I want. And it's always about what people want. And that's stupid. And God, obviously, and segue into what I was thinking, how ignorant it was for me to think that Islam came before Judaism, because that would mean that monotheism was easier to think about. Like they could just exist at the same time and blah, blah, blah. Everything really was, at some point, you just dropped it. It looked like deliberately right on yourself like a fucking person in a hospital. Oh, God. It's somewhere. I know it's somewhere. Don't fucking play me. Maybe it's between your legs. On your pants. I'm not that's twice. I'm not fucking blind. I'm not crazy. It's probably in your fucking sock. Whatever. I saw it fall. It's not like I could. It doesn't go that fast. Seeing it fucking drip or get sucked up. There's a difference. Whatever. It's distracting to the point. Just keep drooling on yourself.
All right, Captain.
I'm
at the Tower of Dribble.
Except that's the Tower of Babel was maybe a good thing. Like all these conspiracy theories into with this fucking the Tower of Babel was like. Anyway, what it seems like to me is that everybody had one god at some point. That there was just something that lived inside their heads, and that's where gods came from. It was their imagination. And then at some point when people were warring over this mind thing and communication, the person victorious, the guy in his mind was, and the important people around him, telling stories of these people. By this time, nobody fucking knows. And then they just have these gods. They're like, oh, but my god. It was like maybe they were even playing fucking D&D. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The powerful people in a specific place where they interacted with each other had characters in their head. And they would go, oh, we live on Olympus and we have all these adventures and there's all these different kinds of people or something. Maybe. But in any case, I think it's more likely that, or it's still likely that people had their own friends or something in their head. And we see it in children, right?
Yeah.
And history was run by fucking children. Kings and queens at fucking 16 years old.
Yeah.
And if nobody could communicate, what? Sorry.
And those the teenagers back then are not like the teenagers fucking now.
How so?
Not like mentally, I don't think.
How so?
That they have different wants and needs. I think more awareness now.
Oh yeah, because they work together, right? They
Well,
had the same. They didn't have so many wants and needs.
Yeah, their survival situation is different. Like,
They still had to work together to get food. They still had like basic language of like this or that, you know, reptile, fungus,
yeah,
get, give. But that's the extent of it, right? On the outside.
yeah.
On the inside, there's a whole fucking world that they can't explain to anybody else. Why wouldn't they be able to have thoughts and dreams, especially with fear? And the way our brains work now, we can see that children want to live in their fucking heads. They just say it in words. I have all these characters in my head, and I remember spending so much time in my head. We were aware of the worlds we could create in our head before we were aware of the world that we lived in. And that still isn't equal, yeah. And now people just think that they're aware of their head because I went to school. I know about America and Great Britain and Australia and Africa or fucking whatever.
Yeah.
So, and everything spiritual is always the thing that takes up the most time. This is how you spiritually heal yourself. This is how you astral project. This is all the things you can do in your mind. Everything is about, here's how to have peace in your mind. Here's how to use your imagination to do this while we're suffering in the real world. Our relationship with our imagination is something that we're so far removed from that we can't see, that it's most likely that polytheism, the people having many gods, is when the outside world was coming together more. Together more. And their inside worlds were being controlled by other people's inside worlds. I'm the most powerful one. Everybody wants to listen to me. So I'm going to tell them about my adventures in my brain. Hey, now we can communicate. Listen to all this stuff that I have in my head. And where monotheism goes is it's that shift. It's a shift from having all these stories about all these things to an individual that finds that beyond imagination, there's the outside world. They're not separate. And you can measure the outside world by the inside world to find what is real. And then unlock the opportunity to use your imagination as a tool rather than a playground. And then that gets taken over. That ultimate truthiness. Because these people still, hey, all this imagination that I have in my head, I can make it happen here. And conquer. Until everything goes fucking berserk and we have somebody throughout time like Alexander that just takes everything, drinks and parties all the time, and then fucking dies. Early. And then everybody's left to their own devices to do whatever the hell it is they do, usually bad things. It's always just been bad. To the point where communism comes along, and it's you. Who said anything about imagination? Everything that's in your head is mine. So now people don't even know that their mind is the only thing that they can possess within themselves, and it's the only thing that nobody else can possess. You can always just, goodbye, motherfucker, and have it all be gone, to an extent, except for all the stuff that's accumulated. The things you decide to keep, or the things you decide to make your measurements from inside to outside, all of that can be yours, and you can go back to nature and find all those things like people didn't do back then because the imagination is so crazy. And I'm sure it did it naturally, though. Like, their dreams would be like, I was running in a wheat field or something.
Look at the fucking pyramids. I think that shows that perfectly.
How so?
Because the people are in charge. I'm in charge. I can make my imagination happen. And they try to do it. They got fucking slaves and they built pyramids. You can't fucking... I'll build this giant fucking thing. I saw it in my head.
Yeah. I'm wondering if at the point of pyramids, because I don't know the truth, but the Sphinx might be older than pyramids. Or might be like it was one of the earliest things we can find that was built by people.
How much earlier?
I don't know. I may be remembering like a conspiracy thing or something, but something about the water lines, some color changing things from a part of its foot to the rest of it that shows that the stuff that they built was like on a natural different plane than where the pyramids are. Like they built on top of something or something.
Yeah. The substrate, the foundation below them is different. So you can tell events happened.
Yeah. But I guess regardless,
it's the same thing with microchips. You can tell from the layers, like how things are built and what people are.
That's pretty crazy. Everything is a reflection. Even when I was watching that thing about the Wikipedia, somebody was like, "There's something so beautiful about all these dots that you put in this order based on calculation." I'm like, motherfucker, what about the stars? Like, it's the same thing. If we could, it's just that they can represent something they can touch closer than just like depictions of this is what the solar systems look like in a picture like this. You know, with all the things rotating around it and that everything can emit a light instead of just stars. But it far back, it looks, you know, like a glitter space Sailor Moon kind of with all the colors he decided to use. But I was going to say, just because the pyramids seem more rudimentary and also bigger, that they were getting like dumber maybe. So it doesn't really matter. I guess that was but things like the freaking statues, when people made faces like the Moai and those other ones, it's because the pyramids are so simple compared to what people were doing with other things. You know, they didn't try to make a person like this, you know, with that, or like make a teapot or something that big. So I wonder if there was like successes and failures of like what you can, maybe that's where the Masons come from. It's not that they had secret knowledge. And if Masons think that, they're just as fucking retarded as everybody else. That they had some secret knowledge. All you have to do is see what these people did and think about how you, and you do it. Watch your successes and failures, and you know exactly what they fucking did. So if I was a kid, or if you see kids, and you really, a lot of the observations that you make for kids, that's what people did in the beginning. They learned about stuff, you know?
Yeah.
But somehow somebody wants to pinpoint one moment in time where there was a specific thing going on. There was this much learned from everybody else that came before them, kind of thing. And what they would be doing as a result. I thought it'd be interesting because the Sphinx is I would imagine, I think, the most intricate thing. Besides, like, they make, like, really sharp obelisks and stuff. They try to smooth and these fucking people are like, how could they do this? They had all the time in the world. They didn't have a job to go to. Maybe that's why they did agriculture, because they wanted to sit down and play around. We gotta fucking get the best things going. We gotta make food. We gotta because we want to sit down and fucking play with the clay. Like, what would a child do if you just put them in some dirt and some trees? They'd go fucking around.
And finding out.
Yeah. And sometimes they would die. And then they would hit puberty and they would fuck. And the women wouldn't know what was going on. They only knew play, maybe. Maybe at some point they did know, but maybe when they started playing, they lost a lot of natural instinct. Because the drive to, I want to play, What happens when you take a kid away from play and tell them that it's time to eat if they're not hungry?
You're gonna get pushback.
If we would stop villainizing nature, I think all of this stuff would be easily available for everyone to see and go, oh my god, how could I be so stupid? Who am I? I gotta play like a fucking stupid baby in the mud.
Did you mention that because of the bricks?
No.
Oh.
But it does say in the Adam and Eve part that he's made of clay and woman was made for him. And what did I just describe?
Playing in mud. Playing in clay.
And having sex. Where did self-awareness come between those things? I would say hurt. If the chick didn't want to do it but was forced to, if somebody started thinking it was funny to throw mud at someone and they didn't like it, and spins and turns, whims and worms, that's where we are now. And you can see it if people could fucking see them, if people could read people like I read people, all they would have to do, we just get some people who are kind of good at reading themselves, and they know something and can prove it, and then work on that if they're given a direction. Do people like that? I have no fucking idea. I think those people would be too full of themselves. It's like they're too far gone, and all that's left are the babies. But I switch back and forth. It's like, do I try to message fucking like Kanye West, or do I try to talk to the retards? And I do both. And both of them are like, I'm ignoring you. I'm playing in the mud. It was a Jewish mud. So that's people, I would imagine. Look, what does it matter? What does a storyteller matter? If everybody can see the same thing, you know? Or is that crazy of me? Am I just the storyteller of time? Is this something amazing? Other people have done stuff, but they haven't done it as good as I have. As far as I have. I've climbed on top of them, I'm sure. I don't get everything by myself, but I was born with some things by myself that I didn't get from anyone. I know that. Because I had hurt and I thought about that hurt. All that. Does anybody go back and think about their imaginary friend and go, what made me do that? I've never seen anybody fucking talk about this shit.
No.
I remember trying to find imaginary friends and being confused about it, and then knowing how I can make stuff up in my head and then becoming a prisoner to that. It's a scary ride of the mind. And I remember a lot of it in vivid detail of my own. Not so much what I was doing around, you know. I remember Meatloaf music video. I remember Yellow Cabinets. I remember Beach. But I wasn't there in the world most of the time, I feel like. Maybe other people were. Maybe I'm just the first one who didn't kill themselves after reaching a certain part of an understanding in the inside brain that didn't make me turn into Charles Manson or a suicide. A suicide. It always feels duh, because it's like all this stuff. I started from somewhere where duh was more understandable. It's like we could have been equals, you know? You were better than me at one point. So what happened? how did I surpass you? Why weren't we moving at the same speed? It's like I was watching myself try to catch up to people, and then they were fucking zooming by me, and I was like, what are you doing? Maybe I never really saw the rate that they were moving. Catching people at certain moments, and every time, doesn't matter if I met them years ago or a month or something, I never see people moving forward. So, like my friends in high school, I don't see them being any different than they were then. And they haven't. They have the same opinions, they have the same feelings. The only thing that's been added with time is the things that pressure their influences on my friends. Government, jobs. And I see it, they're all just fucking, they were like halted. There's like these lines then that I see, like, in every time I pass someone that it wasn't, they seemed far away at the time. And I was moving too fast to watch anybody move at a rate if they were not moving faster than me or equal to me, because they're bound to lose sight. And I'm worrying about my own shit. I'm not measuring the rate at which they're moving slowly behind me unless a little bit into the future I can watch people, but I haven't seen any of it. I've seen some of different things of you, but there's such a glue that you're missing. And that only glue is me instead of yourself, I guess. Do you just not have that? I don't know. Maybe I just have to push you to get it. Be yourself, and if you need my inspiration, you've got to be my inspiration too in some things. But find that peace. And with everything that if you can keep up with me with my words saying these things, then where are you doing those things? You have to hold on to a pattern. Right? Somehow I was saying that yesterday. You have to hold on to patterns while you're moving through the cycle. Because if you don't have those that matter, not matter with you, if you don't have pattern, freaking, what is this called? Fabric, it's hard to move away from analogies to make things. Maybe I just have to know the things because we do the things, right? So why shouldn't the words represent the things that we do? Duh. That's always how it is.
Yeah.
So the only thing you could do that's not that is do the opposite, like communism. Community. You know, that's when people come together, but that says nothing about being together on the inside. I guess everything is just, look at us on the outside. Look at us on the outside.
Yeah.
I should be the government of the inside. Because it would probably be a different, it would be too hard, maybe, to do it the way, this is an alternative, right? So in my mind, people latch on to me and what I have to say and push themselves through the system because it's not going to hurt them, right?
Right.
Because let's try to break it down now while we're talking about it. Just like you move in a car on the outside world, you have to get up and walk. you have to think about things and invent things to make yourself go faster in the outside world, the world we all witness and we all share, and we have a physical shape.
Yeah.
The same exact thing happens on the inside. In the mind where no one else can be. Where only you exist, only your imagination. There's no physical matter. You have to build those same machines, but with no material, right?
Right.
And the physics are a reflection of the outside physics. That they're not physics for physical shape. That's just part of your imagination when you're looking at things and the relation to it, because it's calculus, but in the mind. Rates of change. There's still connections of the maths on the outside world and the inside world. And it sounds stupid to say, but what else am I going to say? We live on an earth. You have an earth in your head, and I'm defining it by earth because it's where you are right now. Where are you right now in your mind? You're not on the outside. You can sit and think about things that nobody else can hear. So you can measure the differences, and I'm sure there's more, but I'm going to keep going, between the outside world and the inside world. Can you help me? Because this is hard. Where should I go next? Cars going fast, going in airplanes. I could go to space. Bleh.
You were saying that I guess the more realistic your graphics are, the better you know the outside world.
I guess wait, what?
If the graphics in your mind
or
the physics
Uh-huh.
specifically are really good.
Uh-huh.
If you know that, you talk about 5th generation graphics here, wife.
Uh-huh.
If they're really good, then you have a good understanding of the outside world because they're reflections of each other.
It's not the picture you see because of the graphics card. It's the graphics card itself. And when you use those pieces, it's another thing. It's a measurement. In the outside world, you measure by one, right? You look at it and you see your physical shape and you count with your feet to the rock, and now you know the distance.
Yeah.
That exists in a world where you have no feet. But does that thing, please?
Yeah. Yes, wife. Yeah. The one. Counting by one. Unit of measurement.
Mm-hmm.
Just the other day we were saying that you are the unit of measurement, and I think that's one of the things that led us to objective truth. It's like you've got to count by one thing. That's how you measure the outside world. How you measure things. So we're like, if we have this thing,
yeah,
like, here's the unit of measurement. Agathoptics.
There's a viewing of the outside and then seeing how I think you're separate from that outside. Taking those kinds of, like, if you think and you're screaming in your head, are you affecting anything? If there's a person outside of you who punches you in the face every day, how does that make you feel? You know, and a person like that, it would just be nature. It would kick in, and they would probably just turn into an animal and try to fucking fight back, or, you know, at some point just and fucking and cry until they're beaten to death. It's more complicated today. And I think it's probably, that's where I'm missing. It's important to relate it to today. Because people didn't have this much of themselves in their head. Plato in the Republic, when he's talking about the cave, you gotta drag these people out of the cave kicking and screaming. And then it's like, you know, what is this? They don't know that they're hurt until they think about that they're hurt, you know, or that they have a freedom. They only know that they're safe here. It's that kind of distinguished reality, you know?
Yeah.
But I'm doing just fine. I just pray to my Bible every night and everything's okay. Somehow, this that we're living in right now, it relates to how different the universe of Plato's cave is. So there's a lot of learning with reflections, and these reflections go on and on and on and on and on. They ping pong into infinity. That's why people are fucking crazy, right? Our thoughts are better than the measurements we can take with our feet. It's a simple thing, 1, 2, 3, but we got to do it in our mind. And then we make complicated things where we go to space or whatever. It's the series of body do thing one way is different than mind do things two ways. It's the reflection of what we see out here and what we think about it. And then all the interactions with other things, and what if I put this chemical with this chemical? It's like a computer or whatever. Instead of just making a computer where you can make it beep or something, you can turn it on and off. You're telling it to do math for you.
Yeah.
Your head does the same thing. We have human self-calculators because we exist in this world.
Yeah.
So it's not just a thing of how can we exist in this world for how I want, which is how some people use that calculator. If you think about the best thing to do, if you make a computer where you tell it to do a wrong thing, every time I put 1, make it the same factor that I did for 2. So now you don't have a 1. Why would you make a computer like that? It's different for us, and because it's in the inside, it's a reflection. We can see now that these analogies of calculators, we made these things because we're telling a story about ourselves that we have to retrace. Because it's not moving in that one direction. Now we have to go in the other direction. Because 2. 1, 2, 3. I'm glad we're getting this sorted out.
Weird how it works that way. Not really.
So instead of like even I maybe I've been playing my own fool, because I don't want to be the weak force, you know? I want to be the weak force the way I want to be the weak force. I'm one person that nobody fucking listens to, and I want to try to find the way to bring people towards me who want something else. But this is like knowing more of what that something else is. And that something else is that everybody, and I've been saying it just like good, Been saying it this whole time that people don't understand their brains, and apparently it's a place where they have to be governed.
Yep.
It's not that you can govern yourself. It's okay. That's just me. That's why I'm the fucking measurement. And I have to teach people, and people have to give me the authority, because this is a thing. Everything that has been said that is retarded is about the fucking mind. And all of it can be explained by going through that system with the patterns. And that the pattern is taking the outside and bringing it back in, so that you make something that follows the same, like a double helix, with the things that are attached. Because everything that's on the outside goes inside and it gets processed, and our brain is natural and it's going to do that anyway. And I understand that process because I took the patterns and I removed the contradictions so that my engine ran the cleanest. And I'm still obviously I'm still learning, but how is a teacher ever not learning? They should always be learning. They'd send those motherfuckers to conferences and shit to learn about things. Like The Office, fucking doctors. They're always having these where we learn new things, so just write this down and now you know it. That's terrifying and wrong and stupid. That somebody, now I am just above you and I'm telling you to do something different. That's going in the wrong direction. That's stupid men going, well, what is on the outside is exactly what I want on the inside. Even if that's not fucking true. They just said, well, I own this because I know it so well, I own it, and fuck you, and that's government. And I am the exact opposite because I'm not an idiot anymore. I was never, even as a child, my first level of awareness, or my first moment of awareness when I was younger, I told you I was somewhere and we were just talking about it. Those 3 pieces of carbon paper, or those pieces of paper that you write with the carbon paper. So you have 3 copies. Going to a place, walking there with my father. I think I remember the smell, but that could be a later thing. Seeing the yellowness and the roundness of the room, but also the concreteness of it. And I think there were like bars or plastic, but I definitely remember that paper. I was like, oh! And I think I remember that I saw trains then, and I saw the subways had like the green things that went up the stairs or whatever, and the train, like there was... I think everything's I don't even remember now. Because I don't remember now, I feel like I don't remember then. Dementia. But it doesn't matter, because I remember a thing at that one point. To learn what I did now, and maybe if I forget it then, we have, I don't know, a recording of it. I was smarter then. I was more aware of things then. I was more thoughtful about things then than anybody that does fucking government stuff now. Everything is so far removed from the self that they don't know that they're doing something wrong. They know that they hurt, but they don't know that that's a thing that's not okay, even though they're like, slavery bad. They are walking contradictions because they can't see those two sides. They can't see what they're doing and what they're doing that's contradicting what they're saying. So there's more fucking double things. There's millions of double things they've made up, contradictions, that because they don't know to sort the inside by the outside, they're making it up on the inside and on the outside, and they've just created fucking stupid chaos. Like an infinity worth. But all they have to do is just agree to not be so angry and crazy and stupid and just follow a certain thing. And let it, if you're so smart like you fucking say you are, then do this thing.
I was thinking about what you said there, baby. Everybody wants to be governed. And that
govern me harder, daddy.
Yeah.
What about mommy?
What about mommy?
What about mommy? They villainize women, but I'm... Ooh, mommy. Oh, but it's what is it? The flavor. Oh, it's we just figured it out, and I taste umami. What is that even? Do you know? It's like something that they created in their head, and I don't know, because they say like Parmesan cheese. Maybe it's a mixture of all the other fucking flavors that we have a word for.
The savory flavors that you can't, that they don't understand, or
yeah.
Savory flavors.
And isn't it a coincidence that it's in the fucking Japanese language where they're confused because their world was literally rocked? And all the problems that have come with that, the weird sex problems, the suicide problems, their weird language where we can't understand it, but it's a thing. You have to just know about us. Garimasai, fucking fuck you. You know, they can't even defend, they can only defend themselves. And what are you gonna do about that? You know, they couldn't defend themselves, right? When North Korea was fucking making things fly around them, rockets or whatever. What do you mean? Did you defend yourself? Oh, but that's not an attack. You have to be on our land or something. What are these random fucking... There's a measurement to all of this.
Yeah.
And it takes a long time to fucking explain. And I'm saying people are retarded because I could have said this months ago to somebody. You know, that's why before they're too retarded or whatever. Like, oh, you couldn't just follow me. And they're like, no, well, you didn't give me a reason to. Yes, I did. I gave you as much reason as I could have because I measured you. Oh, you fucking making no contradictions, not fucking talking shit before stating fucking facts. And now I'm autistic. You know what I mean? I shaped myself to try to be able to communicate with people more so now than fucking ever, and it's turned me into this. Someone who can fucking just keep talking forever! They made me! And I'm okay with that, because now I'm the first person that was pushed into my mind as much as I have been with the tools that I need as myself to measure outside from inside. You want to know what that means? Fuck you. Come here so I can explain it. I gotta ask people questions. They're all so fucking confused that they have to ask me questions so they know I can explain to them. I can learn. I can grow and turn into this thing to tell them what all of this means. What language do you want me to learn? Oh, learn the science words. Learn the fucking religious words. Learn our culture. Learn our language. Learn all the things that fucking made our words. I've been trying! And this is the best I can do, but everybody else does stupider things. Or they get something wrong.
You say you should be the governor, right, wife?
Yeah.
Governor of the inside.
Yeah. Forever. There's no elections. There's no question. No, there is always questioning. But what I say will make sense to people, and it will grow into something enough where if I lie, it's over. And so the person who takes over takes over. Whoever had the most influence before. But I'm leagues from anyone.
Yeah.
See? Inside, I have to describe what this stuff is. The distance. How do I relate distance to you without relating the distance that I see? And a lot of that is subjective, but there are other things that are objective that people aren't doing. That's why I'm here. I shaped myself into a forever clock. But I'm pretty sure that with that comes, like, immortality. Going to space like the Jetsons. Because if you understand your imagination, if you understand the outside world, and you do why do those measurements, right?
Right.
If you understand the power that you have on your inside, like I have, you would now be measuring by those two things on the outside, instead of just that one thing. The physical, my feet go this far. It's, I've seen how far my feet can go into as far as I can imagine, as far as into forever.
Is there, when you said there's no election, aren't you, I mean, because everybody's got free will, so they gotta elect you to be their inside voice.
Yeah, but there's nobody running. It's either me or you, and you're retarded.
Yeah. All right. Let's have let's have the debate. Okay, I win again. I was thinking, why everybody likes to be governed, so you should run for governor.
As
governor of the inside.
We should. That's a good. If everybody's doing politics, I guess
have an ad campaign, because that's what they want. That's the flavor they want.
Govern me harder, daddy. What about mommy? And then have like her breastfeeding, or like maybe like a dude breastfeeding and go, oh, I'm just pretending right now. And like, I have real breasts and I'm about to be fucking letting a baby suck on them because I am a real woman. Did you know that I've been fucking banned like all the time? I don't know, 27 times. It doesn't fucking matter. From Twitter and YouTube for saying that. Hey guy, can you fucking make breast milk? Not without science. That's what they do. They try to make their outside what the inside is, but we have, for the women, especially, women can't survive in this fucking world. Because we always have that attachment to two, and that's why it has to be me, because I was born a fucking female. A male could not have come up with have discovered what I've come up. Nobody could have imagined this. I mean, it's, what I say is fucking true, because I am the measurement of fucking true imagination. Using imagination or measuring what is on the outside by the imagination on the inside. I've made a mold of it, like a silicone mold. See? More outside fucking. And now I've come out to pour you into this mold. And it's the best. It's been going on forever. Everybody's molded by, they suck on tit, or they fucking play with dog when they're young. They're molded. They see tree, they're molded. Let me fucking mold you in a way that you didn't do yourself, but I did. You joined a cult. Yeah. I guess so.
You're running for governor.
But it's politics. This is purely politics. It's a democracy. They have complete control of their mind. I don't have to tell them. People give people money to shit on them. People give people money because they're, oh, bless you, oh, please take all these things, I love you so much, throw these fucking coins in the air, fucking. Why, if I would want that more than trying to convince people to give me money, like the politics, And I would want to be showered in gifts like people get showered in gifts on fucking YouTube. Oh, I see that you like these chips, so I bought you these chips. Oh, I see that you like these candle waxes. Or, oh, I made this thing. Can you please review it on your thing? Because I respect your opinion about stuff and people listen to you. That's what I want forever. Because I have the best judgments. But maybe I won't at some point, but I'll be in a good place where it doesn't fucking matter because I don't have to worry about being homeless. Because when you elect a governor of the inside mind, you love that fucking word, right? And actually represents two directions, doesn't it? But people say actually all the time. I actually hate this. That's just one. I walk my feet to this rock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then some people use it. I thought that Egyptians were black or something, but actually, so now it's comparing something to another.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing, comparing something to another thing. A thing that only you can measure. I can't do that work for you. I can tell you what it is, and you have to go look at it. I'm giving you a map. You have to go fucking retrieve the crystal skull. Fucking Dan Aykroyd, you fat loser. I'm autistic. Oh, but I should trust you about your fucking serious opinions about the ghosts that you've thought about. Get fucking real. Everything in the imagination. You can see the trouble. You can see the trouble. Let's compare actually again.
Yeah.
You can see where the imagination is ruining the person. It's in religion, it's in culture, it's in politics. Politics should be the thing that is run by the mind governor. Because this isn't a two-sided strong force, weak force. If I'm the strong force, I decide the shape and it's a pyramid and I'm the eye. You know what I'm saying? There can be order to everything. And right now, I feel like, I was thinking about the other day and today, there's a lot that maybe if there isn't force, that there would be no survival. So I thought, what if just strong men came to me? You know, not only, but if the solution to the problem
wife,
is convert strong men. I can't convert one, that's for sure. And I think that's what's caused me to give up and do this government thing, because it's not feasible. You're too stupid. Everybody in the world is too stupid. But the problem is that they're governed by bad things. So I should tell everyone what to do and they should listen. And they should do the math. And anybody who has the balls to kill themselves should have the balls to do this. Anybody who has the balls to say they fight something that's bad, I don't remember how I started that.
anyone who says
anyone who says they have the balls to fight something in the world seriously has not done it. That is a measurable thing, because you see how they waste. You see the stupid decisions they make. You see the excuses. You see how they get fucking like Chris Christie or whatever. That fat tub of shit. Fucking taking a helicopter and getting to enjoy the beach while everybody has to stay home. Well, you don't have the resources to do it, so I'm gonna do it. That's what his actions said. Your actions say words whether you fucking like it or not. Your actions tell a story that I can fucking tell. And I can get people to fucking listen to me because I'm not gonna stop. And you're not gonna kill me over it. Were you gonna do a witch hunt? Oh, that's the stupid that we're getting to. And that makes me the number one fucking target. My whole fucking life has been a series of how much am I willing to bend to and be broken by things so that I don't get killed or... But I push that limit, don't I, husband?
Yes, baby. Talking about politics. Ad campaign. You're the governor.
Oh, the only way I can be elected is when people elect me. Like, I know what I am now, but if nobody listens to me, then nobody listens to me. If they reach the level of enlightenment that I have, without the help of fucking Bashir, the android, or the stupid idiot from Andromeda 19 or whatever, they have to elect me by doing. Just like you. And you can't even answer a question. We have to associate to see these imprints. What we do has to be what we say. It's not just actions. It's not just unga bunga actions, you fucking retards. Your actions and your words, you're in the middle. You have to decide to try to bring them as close as possible, not find fucking excuses not to. Oh, I just want to be me. You gotta do the thing or admit you can't fucking do the thing and go down that chain of events. But what do you follow? Me. And comment down below. Tell me what to do. I'll tell you what to do. And when you tell me why you can't, I'm going to tell you why you're a bitch. Because if you can go to war, if you signed a paper when you turned fucking 18 or before you turned 18 that you had to sign so that you had to be, your parents had to sign something to say that they had a son so that the government can try to enlist you to go fight their dumbass fucking wars for thousands of years. If you're willing to, what's the likelihood that would happen? That's your fucking one-dimensional retard science.
But I wish I would have paid more attention when I did that.
Oh?
Like, to gather more information, because I remember at the time...
They're telling you that you don't belong to yourself. Just like you don't belong to yourself when you're a child. Not till you're 18. That's where we're at right now, right? And even now, parents now are just like, I want to be cool like my fucking daughter. I want to relive what I thought I'm missing or some shit. Fucking fat, stupid, plastic surgery, makeup wearing.
That's... I remember I didn't like it. Like, I felt like I was signing away myself.
Well, you were. Because those people were going to grab you out of bed and fucking fly you over to kill a child. To kill whatever the fuck they tell you.
You women don't gotta go through that. Right? You don't have to.
Well, people try to talk about it all the time. I'm never going to be safe from it. But I will do what I'm going to do regardless. And whatever's going to happen, people are going to witness. Oh, look, now we have fucking Joan of Arc again. Except I'm not talking to fucking spirits in my brain. And that's science. That's the science of fucking bullshit.
So if we got a picture of you yourself in that shirt, running for governor. Anyone who says they got the balls. That's your.
We would have to use Big Brawn or something. I'm not putting my real face. Not ever. I'm enemy number one because I'm the only person who can be governor. Even if Sam Hyde listened to all this and was like, look at what I'm proclaiming this. There's an inside and an outside. It'll never work and you'll destroy everything. So fuck you. You're always going to be a man who makes fucking jokes that I don't like. Even if I don't like one. I define comedy. There's a big debate, everything should be safe to say. Well, maybe if we understood each other more and we were working towards each other more, there's a lot of things we wouldn't want to say. And I say that those are the things we're not going to say. We can talk about why we're not going to say them. And there's going to have to be a debate about, and it's only some people at a time. So if they make the mistake and do it, like you have, I guess you're the best representation of this. You just keep doing the wrong thing, and I keep telling you why it's wrong. And then I'm forcibly taking the inside and bringing it outside and molding you to it, like a spell. But the shape you come out is the one you decide. And if you look like a bitch, you look like a bitch. If you look like you're strong, you look like you're strong. If you look like you're lying, you look like you're lying. I'm measuring you by everything that we share on the inside world. Because our imagination, yeah, it's all different, blah, blah, blah. But it still follows the shape of the outside world. Or something that can be molded with it. There's something to discover by doing that. And now we see all the little pieces, and now you just do this. Even if I lose track, I'll find it again. Even if I'm not 100% there, as long as someone's asking me a question, something good is happening. Has any government person been able to say that? But that sounds like a slogan.
Yeah, you got the ball.
The government should only be, I guess, doing what I say. Yeah, because the top of the pyramid. They're missing the top of the pyramid, ain't they? It's like detached. And they're like, well, I'm here. It's me. I'm here. I've arrived. It sucks. I don't like that. I don't like to have to say that. And it's like, hey, all this work maybe is coming into, and then I have to be sad that it's like, I've suffered all these things, but it's cool, but it's also not. Life has been miserable, and it could be great. It could be, if I can't be great for me. Is that thunder?
No, that's the cat upstairs. Knocking something over.
Oh. It can't be great for me if it's not great for everyone at this point. That's one of the downsides. But it's also like, I don't want to be stupid to be like, I can go to the Bahamas. I watch that shit all the time. I was like, well, it would have been nice, but... And then I'm like, it could be nicer, because even if I got to do that, getting on an airplane, I never liked that shit. If I don't like anything, the wars that happen, like, how do I know you're not flying into a war zone? Oh, that's happened before, where things have gotten shot down. 9/11. Familiar? Has anybody heard of Never Forgetty?
That bobbles are spaghetti.
And it's because men are in charge, and they think that they have... somehow in their head, right, the physical world, like the leftovers. Are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
It told a story, and I don't think once it told the story with words. There, you know how I said it's like there's two stories going on at the same time?
Yeah.
There's what they do and what they say versus what they're saying in their head. What they would have to be saying in their head, or the direction that they were moving in, and their motivations and all these, the different things that make up who we are. Because we exist together, right? The most important thing that I haven't mentioned yet is that we're all people that exist here, right?
Yeah.
And that's not being taken into account right now. That can't be taken into account if you're just fucking measuring your footprints from you to... What does it matter if you're not there to measure? Fuck it. It's the fear. You know, if that dude measuring, suddenly somebody comes up behind him and hits him with a rock and he's like, oh shit, what's going on? Or he hears a growl and there's fear. That's what I speak to. That's, I guess, follow the hurt. Agathoptics is doing the molding. Doing the measurements, doing the outside, doing the outside inside thing. Because fear and hurt is something that, you know, if you think you deserve to exist in this world, why? Nobody gives a shit about you. Then there's laws, so you're just going in the wrong direction. You have to know a reason, because I fucking hate everybody right now. Nobody has...
Oh, you gotta do a thing.
Oh... If there was a god, he would fight me. I don't know why I'd ever think that there was a god. I keep spitting it. I'm like, oh my god, are there worms in the bed? But no, it's just soup. What a sweet boy. Coffee machine was One Piece.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Oh no. Oh. I thought he let go. Whoa. Oh, husband. Hey, Socrates. That's okay. Hey, Josie, would you, leave it alone? Chill out. Dang, you okay? You sounded like you oofed in a video game.
Well, you got away from time.
Did you go ooh? Were you like ooh? Like oof? Like we were playing fucking Double Dragon or some shit?
Did I go oof?
No, like oof.
Oof.
Like if you
Wait.
up there wherever you were when I
because I was trying to move some stuff. I was like, oof.
there it is. Okay. So, husband, you have to be my second man. You know, because everything that I measured by you. You are my outside world that I clung on to find out what's best for everyone. Because part of the puzzle is breaking things down into men and women.
Who's your first man?
Me. There is no first man. It's me. You're just two in this relationship. Like, if I'm the governor, you can't be the governor.
Okay. It was a play on words.
Yeah. I didn't want to call you a lady because you're not a lady. Like, not even as a joke. That's eliminated. I will try. Like, I have to make commitments, right? I'll try my best not to to understand men, and I will only try to make them grow. And not when I insult you, I'm trying to make you grow. You know, like there's an abuse that men do that they have to feel for now, because I lost it. Of course, every time it's talking about men, it's like the man part tries to fight me or something, because it's got to be filled in by you. Men have started all the wars, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but what about Boudica? Shut the fuck up, you know? There's a way that men do things that perpetuate now what they did in the beginning. And there's some that don't, but they kind of do. You know, you do. You are like a measurement of the most doyish man.
Doy.
And what I mean by doy is that you don't have a clue about chicks. But there is something about you that has a manly honor. Like, you don't wanna... I'm trying to say it in the best way. the best to just use the example. You don't get off on hurting me, I guess, is the best thing. So you have like a personal honor, and it's has nothing to do with what I wanted. But you attach yourself, or you attach me to that, because what else reason would you have for that? But yeah, I am a whole other person. So like this inside electing governor thing is like to make I'm making the mold around you as well. And you're a dildo a lot, but that's what every dude is. I have learned the secrets of every dude because of you. They are, and I see it. You know, like I apply what I've learned from you for tranny boys, for the dudes that want to go into the girls' bathrooms, for peeping toms, or who will cut off their dicks to try to go into the other prisons. For any man who ever made any, I would say, mistake, but they didn't know any better, so I have to figure out a better word. See, this is what, I'm not going to blame you for what you're blameless for. But you are a man, and what you do now is a reflection of then. Not that you should pay the price for fucking everybody who's ever done. You are you. Measuring what is and what isn't. Realizing your wants and needs for you. So agathoptics is really just what I did, and now that's just like my secret with what I'm doing to you. I'm realizing your wants and needs. I've broken it down into male and female for you all the time. I tell you that you are here. Are you here with me? Are you here with me? I'm telling you you're not. Now you're making me hurt, and I have to be self-reliant enough to know that I'm not self-reliant, and in that I see where you can be self-reliant because you have that power over me. It's either your emotions or my emotions that get appeased. It's either your sense of self or my sense of self. But you're so strong and doofy that you don't realize that your sense of self, if you're not accounting for me, then I don't exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And any dude who's in government ever does that to every chick ever, throughout ever, because men are stronger and they did the wars. So now you have to repent by making me governor. Will you repent? Now let's get into the religion of it. Will you repent? And how would I even do culture? That's difficult. Maybe that's like the 1, 2, 3
so
thing.
Cool to think. So cool to know the self.
Yeah, because this is the ultimate. Because, okay, so I wrote here, right? Voting is simple. Make the choice in your mind. There's no voting machine. There's no place you have to go. Oh,
hey,
what about these taxes? What about
Clay
fucking
Aiken and let him know your choice.
Yeah, you don't even have to pick up a phone. There's no fucking lines that are dividing you. It's every single person with their minds, their imaginations, voting for me, which is really just a representation of, it could have been them. This could have been anybody, but they didn't do it, and that's why you gotta vote for me. You didn't do the work, so you vote for me, or I call it vote or live, or vote and live. Not vote or live, vote and live. Like, I couldn't stop myself. I was gonna write like Puff Doodle or something, but I ended up
Wife Diddy.
Like Puddle Daddies. That's a new one. Like Puddle Daddies, vote or die, but the betterest. And I made that decision. I wrote the best, and I was like, well, that's not really, what do I mean? And I'm like, it's best, and it's better than what you're doing. I'm measuring it by them.
It's the betterest. It's the most betterest.
It's
absolute betterest.
The one and only, absolutely, actually betterest. Which, whatever ones I missed, we'll find them. make the choice in your mind. And then I wrote, and then you came in, so I didn't get to. If you've ever wanted to overthrow the government, isn't that everyone? Even everyone in the government. So when people who...
So when I'm in charge.
Yeah.
What's that?
And that's just communism, right? It was some fucking poor dick or a series of poor dicks that were manipulated by people who identified as Zionists. Together, they had clubs, and I have their books. You know what I'm saying? I know where all of this has gone and is going as a result. And everybody in the government has at one point wanted to overthrow the government because everybody was born of a man and woman that they eventually would overthrow. For women, it was, don't tell me how to live my life. For men, it was like, I have to go out and take what's mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In essence, there's a lot of fucking vice versa in some different ways, but that's just based on abuse. There's an abusometer, right? This is measurable. An abusometer. You know how, like, if the louder you clap, the higher the dial goes up on a thing that's measuring loudness, right?
Yeah.
With the abusometer, the more abuse you've endured, the more likely it is that you will want to change yourself from being a man, or from being a male to a female, or female to a man. That's like the apex of abuse, is either fucking kill yourself or do a bunch of drugs until you die and be the whatever thing you are. It tends to be violent people or hookers. So there's literal, or that's having sex and then making babies and having terrible things happen. Or swapping now, right?
Yeah.
Nobody, the more people didn't have a reason to live, the less suicide in nature became a viable option, and there had to be a different thing, and that's what happened. That has happened. And stupid leather apron motherfucker and stupid people who are like, they were gay somewhere else, so that means it's okay. I'm justifying it in my stupid baby-ass logic. They both miss the picture of what happened. Instead of reading what happened and seeing what's happened now, why aren't you doing that? Oh, but these researchers say this and that. That's stupid. But maybe that was just my job, and that's why I need to be the governor of the mind. And look, chaos is a ladder, right? And I see an opportunity. This is an opportunity because it's not just having all the power. It's being able to do the thing that everybody's been fighting about forever. And shaping, because I've made the measurements good enough. I know this molding system enough.
Yeah.
That I can encourage other people to do it. And what is this? But we're human, and we can be the best thing. That's what this all revolves around. That no puppy has to die again. No cat has to get raped again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If people vote for me, everything you want from the government, I will give you, but I'm gonna tell you how you gotta get it. Everyone, you gotta achieve your own dreams. I will walk you through it. I'll hold your fucking hand, idiot. Because I wish I had it. But you gotta do stuff in the physical world, because I did it in the mental world. And we can do it together eventually when things get in the places that they need to be. This was a lot of work. And this is a place of... it has to be respected the way it deserves to be respected. I'm tired of men who are just, they don't know. They're so stupid. They drool on themselves. But they can be sweet, but they don't understand why we don't reciprocate. They don't understand the difference between men and women. And I'll offer you that. What about that? That every man will either be happy that they don't have someone because they're playing with toys, or they'll have a healthy relationship where they'll always know what to do. As long as they don't expect what needs to be done is what they want to be done. And that's men throughout history ever. That is the measurements I have taken. You could do it too. All the information, I didn't get anything from anything special. All the notes were there, and I read it correctly because I tried to make my emotion out of it at one point until I had to reintroduce my emotion because I'm like, who am I without this? But it never worked the other way. I think no, I was never, I tried to do it in different degrees, but there always had to be me in there. That was the freedom. I don't know why I would think it. No, it was never like that. Never mind. I don't know how to explain it. I think when I get future self talking, trying to keep up, I get to a place where it's always trying to understand the other side. And it's hard with abuse. You become other people, right?
Yeah.
We've talked about that before. So the way I talk, a lot of the times, if I can't keep up, sometimes it's just, oh, I tried it your way, for example, when we were talking. I tried it your way and it doesn't work. You know, I did it, and every time it tried to take me, and it could never take me, is what I meant to say. It's like I'll die. And that's what chicks do. Just like the cruel angel. I'll die before there's something inside me that, I'm trying to speak for all ladies, but I don't really know. I know for me, I'll die before I'll take that sort of pain. And my body, it turns out, especially with you, that my body will just give out. Just like the people when they get hit by one of their students or something and they fall and they pass out, they pretend to pass out. How do you deal with that situation? And instead of making that situation where all the boys laugh, I fight that thing inside of you with you until there's nothing. I feel like I got nothing left. And I can't even, I get off course with the outside and the inside. Normally there's it's a hard wobbly thing. It's slacklining, but with two slack lines. Would that make it easier? No, because there would be less surface area off the beam, unless you walk kind of like a monkey, it's sideways. No, but then you're working against your hip, the way your body moves. I think it would be harder.
Yeah, it seems like it would be harder.
Let's ask fucking Ben 10 over there trying to. Maybe he doesn't see because his parents could pay for his college, and he has a lot of biases because he's like, hey, I see the lights of life, so I think it's there. No, it's not. You're an ignorant child, and there's a lot of abuse going on around you, and you're just like, well, we do the right thing, we call the cops, right? With that fucking, there's some weird guys that
took down
McCamey Manor. He's going on camera crying. He's going on these lives talking about how he was sexually abused and being coddled by a chick, and this is where the kicker is. If a man, someone who claims to be a man because he can abuse people and be like, oh, it's not that bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he can then show himself crying like a baby on the internet for anyone to have access to, that's two things that can be measured by each other. It's not just let's judge both these things two ways. Time has, or let's not judge these things. Yeah.
Sorry.
You're like, you look drunk a little bit. Do you have diabetes? I hope you don't, because we don't really eat that much sugar.
No.
Not like I want to. Eat donuts, fucking just lay in bed all day and just put them in my mouth. Like, I see that and I want it. Of course I fucking do.
Oh, hot, fresh, Krispy Kreme donuts.
Yeah, oozing with fucking glaze. You were talking about cinnamon. I want cream cheese fucking cinnamon rolls that are just doused in cream. If we made that ourselves, it would be so good that we wouldn't want it again for a while. It's like, let's have a parfait or something. You know, it happens. We've seen it naturally happen in our...
Yeah.
There are, like, the chocolate cake you make, it's on this line where it's light and fluffy, and I can get addicted to it because it always feels like it's not enough. You know? And then I seek more things like that. So maybe there's, like, different directions that if something's like...
Is it bad, though? Because the way you were talking about it kind of sounds like fast food, that weird empty hole that...
No, I'm saying that is, like, the bad thing to fall into. Because there's two other things where it's like, get fucking decadent and then fucking enjoy the lighter things in life. The modesty, the cuteness, the little kawaii things instead of shoving shit in my mouth. And I feel like with the imagination, if you don't go in that middle where it's just like, I just want to feel fucking what I'm looking for when I'm doing that dance between fucking luscious and modesty, I guess. Temperance! Oh, husband! Yeah. Hello, sweet boy. And it's like, that's what the government also tries to control, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can't purchase alcohol. You can't get abortions. You can't stay out at night. Fucking blah, blah, blah.
Oh, but it can.
Oh, but I can. There's a self that the government try, and I'm saying I want to make your mind yours for once. I'll do like the red-headed stranger, the orange-headed stranger. I do everything so good. No, you don't. And you need, hey, fucking Donald Trump. Fucking, I can't even say these people's names because they're characters and I hate it. Donald Johnson Drumpf. You've got to elect me to be the governor of your mind. And you can have that spot whenever you want, but I'm still here and you're going to see how cool I am. She's the best. Now you measure the best by me. Hello, you're awake. Now I'm your measurement. Let's go to space. Donald J. Drumpf. I can take you to space. But you're going to have to follow me. I know the math. It's something like 1, 2, 3. But it's more complicated than that. But I don't know how to write these words. It's math, but it's in the mind. And I'm not there yet, you know? But I know my calculus. It's not you plus me equals us. It's you plus me through time equals us. at every present second, but also what is in the past and what could be in the future if you
choose.
Dependent on all the things. And this math is words, maybe. It's saying it in the simplest form, not just like what we want to communicate. Oh, there's like, tell me why do we build castles in the sky? Because you're fucking living in your imagination that you don't want to live in here. What if we could live in castles in the sky? What if we could do the Jetsons and it would be easy? We won't know until we sort our shit out. Elon Musk isn't going to do it. How did he do with free speech? That's another guy, an abusive person who now says, I'm defending your rights and betraying them completely, and I'm calling you out with my words. And I tell you why you're an asshole to me in words. Elon Musk literally can't be an asshole directly to me ever. He has to vote for me in his mind too. And I'm going to he has to hear when I don't approve of what he's doing. Boys don't have to stop doing what they're doing completely, but I'm going to tell you everything that's wrong. And then I'm going to... What is that that I'm looking for? I'm going to pinpoint you. I'm going to counter-strike you. I'm going to zero in on you one by one. By what I'm saying, what you're hearing. And you have to take it into account because I am trying to communicate something that represents what would be best for everyone in the future and why you're doing it wrong now. That shit is criticized because, oh, you don't know. I do know. Every time somebody says that, says they think they know something, I know it. Oh, you think you're so smart? Yes, I do. And it's not that hard. How do you measure things in science? You try to find it and then what's the scientific method?
Fuck around and find out.
Fuck around and find out. And you have to have a sense of self to attach to fuck around and find out. And see objectively how that the inside and the outside is affecting you as a thing that is aware, that makes decisions in that every moment that you are here. The more you think about a decision when you're not in the present, the more you just make an automatic kind of decision. The more you make the wrong decision, I guess. Or you make the right decision by chance, but you don't learn much from it. Maybe like, oh, I did drugs all these times, and it's like, what am I doing? You have to, once you do damage, you have to have something to like hold on to. I don't know if I'm distracted by kittens. Sorry. He's like sitting around waiting. Maybe he sees Socrates getting, no, you ain't coming up here. No. But thank you for waiting. No. I made plenty of mistakes along the way. I don't trust nobody to ever talk about them.
You don't usually do that.
Oh, he's playing around. He's fucking around finding out. Ugh. Is he enjoying that?
I don't think he is.
Maybe we should let him. I don't know, because then he tries. He's like, I deserve it all the time then. Maybe I just gotta keep doing it. Try to reintroduce things.
So my wife's the governor.
Yeah. Oof. See, that's why I can't really play with you. He likes it more when I like bat it around, but when he wants my involvement, I can see it. And because of that, I know what autism is. You know, that misconnection that always happens. And I know the decisions I make versus what other people make, where they just distance themselves from the thing that they don't understand. It's parents distancing themselves from their kids that made them autistic. There's no doubt about it. Because they live in a place where they're kind of by themselves with their thoughts. And that's why I need to be the governor now of the mind, because you fucked up your children. You're giving your children to men who chop their dicks off. I want all your children. I want to influence all your children. You gave your children to fucking perverts. You gave your children, like, and a lot of people couldn't help it, right? Because it was like they had no power. That's interesting. I guess if he wants to come on the bed at this point in time. But now they could have made the conscious decision to not give their, at any cost, not give their children to perverts. That means understanding why the school system is bad, why doctors are bad. How come there's so many dentists that are pervy? Even you had a close call with a pervert dentist.
Yeah.
I had a doctor, a Jewish doctor, a Hasidic Jewish doctor.
It was a Jewish doctor.
It was a Jewish doctor who would kiss me and leave this wet slobber on my face after he put a happy face. Oh, there you go. It was a trick. This Jewish fucking dirtbag magician would put a happy face on me. It's like, oh, because you're getting, you're shot and you have to do it. It's like, oh, because there's a happy face. You're not reasoning with me. And I know at that point in time, if they could reason with me, I would at least have been convinced. But they could not reason why I felt so terrible about it. And they only tried to trick me. Because they tried to trick me, I would try to say things to represent. That's how I learned maybe how to speak. That's definitely how I learned how to speak now, but I had nothing else to say but that stuff, and then everything felt empty. It was party, being empty because you're not partying, or being against other people with other people, or being against other people with yourself. Those are like the 4 stages or something of the relationships that you have in your head. If you don't have meaning. And a lot of that comes from family sometimes now. But it's all an illusion. They saw it in movies. They were influenced. Everybody was influenced. Nobody has a real tether. And the more they don't understand that, but they have that tether, the more they become violent. Just like fucking Islam, Jewish, fucking Christians with their warrior memes and shit. But it's all stupidity because you're attaching yourself to something bad. This God guy is bad. He's not at the top. There's nobody who's ever been at the top, and now I should be at the top. It's not Big Brother is watching, because Big Brother is trying to mimic God, right? And God has always been a thing we've read already that seems demonic. And we've heard before that is like manipulative. The cults, religions, they're always fucking manipulative. And the people who know it, like L. Ron Hubbard, maybe he could have been at the top. Maybe he could have been the governor of the mind. And that's what he tried to do, but he had to bring them out to sea and sexually abuse them to accomplish what he wanted. And he told them lies because he didn't know. He didn't understand anything. All that stuff that he pretended to explain, I can explain it now because he left an imprint. The abuse left the imprint of what the mind can handle before it kills itself or goes into a depression or dies, or shoots up a school or breaks up with his girlfriend. I see those point breakings of you are here and you're making a bad decision. Or you had no choice but to make a bad decision. That's something you didn't understand. How can it be a good decision but also a bad decision? Because I can't judge them, because then I would mess up the cycle of measuring people with my wisdom. Maybe we should start doing it religious too. Or the politics too, and it's like, measure me by my wisdom. And that, like, this is the process that I take. And it's like, oh, you're a racist because men and women or whatever. And it's like, stop being stupid. You have to listen to what I'm saying. If you do politics, I'm measuring how little this person bullshits to how much this person bullshits. He's just surviving. That's the American way. All of that stuff doesn't matter in the mind. That's why we don't need voting booths. We are regaining our individuality and making it speaking about it with the reflection of what's going on in the outside world, to understand it, to make jokes about it,
Testify.
to feel bad about it.
Hallelujah.
But to understand it. If you feel pain, I want to know why my dad left me. You know? I want to know why this stuff happens to me. Why do I gotta go to school in the morning? It answers every question that anybody could have. And then people could ask imaginative questions. Like, what if we could go to space? What if we could go to space like the Jetsons? That would be pretty cool, right? Instead of losers making things and pretending that they do jobs, like that respirator thing that, oh, you just have to put this coal-based carbon pump air purifier thing. Sorry. Did that hurt?
That just caught me off guard.
So, something that I did to you caught you off guard? That's, you weren't with me.
Like you in the bathroom, like you walk by and you'll like touch my back.
Yeah, so you do the same thing you do before. If it's a problem, it was a problem then too. You can't reason with why it's not a problem or something. There are points where like I startle you because I'm definitely, you don't know, I'm like, boo, you know, that we weren't together then. So of course it would spook you if I gave you a jump scare. That's like brain science. But if you were with me and you were touching me like you did now, and if I moved like that, see, you're with me right now. You are here right now, right?
Yeah.
So something like that. Interesting thing to measure.
You normally don't do that.
So, you're aware of it right now. And you would probably be aware of it if you were touching me or if you were looking at me. If you had more senses on me, then it wouldn't be you were you were in your own world as well. You were rubbing yourself, you were swaying, your eyes were closed, and
my eyes was closed. Oh, dadgummit.
So the proof is in the pudding, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you want, justice isn't blind anymore, husband. Men with their, oh, we do things one way. Keep walking in this direction because we said so. They gotta, as a tradition, when I'm elected with the most people that it requires to do this, I want the statue of the outside world to be someone who doesn't, a girl, a female figure that doesn't have a blind on and isn't using a scale. Because that's a symbol of man power and he doesn't realize it. And it's gross. That's the man abuse that the women, I guess, have tried to talk about, with man spreading or fucking whatever. And it's true to a degree because we are mindful because we're weaker. And they don't want to realize that. But men don't realize because they're, me just man dumb, that I want to take up as much space as I want. That's the argument between dude and chick. Even if chick is on the dude side, you're retarded. Because, just let him do whatever he wants. Or, let's do fucking, well, he has balls, so he has to open his legs. Fucking pick him up. You can pick him up. You pick him up all the time so you can sit fucking gay. Oh, sorry, not gay, but like, there was a culture thing, husband, that I was brought up with, that men sit a certain way and women sit a certain way. If we are in a conversation of the space we take up together instead of basing it on culture, here we are, then we could understand it instead of having traditions and, it just makes sense because I have balls. Or even though that when we're alone, you'll pick up your balls so you can cross your legs, like I've been told is the way girls sit. But now it doesn't matter because you're all faggots on loud motorcycles. All of your shenanigans have been fucking militarized. And that needs to stop. You've been bad. And now you have to listen. You have to vote for me. Or everything. If you've ever loved a girl, she doesn't like this. But she doesn't understand the spell you have on her. So you have to put your big fucking boy pants on and do what I say. Because I'll lead you to the best sex you'll ever have. Not with me, but with someone who will love you. And you can work together in the universe together to fucking go to space or maybe live together forever. Happily ever after. Maybe every girl want is the physical manifestation of imagination. It's worked for me so far. If we can get our ducks in order in our mind, if we can shape the inside by the outside without your bullshit trying to influence it, we could take you to space. We could give you the best cum ever. And then you won't have to bitch that you have to put a dilator in your fucking open wound and punch your fucking girlfriend because you just got angry. That's disgusting. That means you are fucking weak. And I have all the measurements to prove it. So strong men could do, I'm an intellectual. Okay, I get this. I support this. My queen. Oh, my queen. You're looking for it anyway. Anybody who put a Sonichu fucking or a Knuckles thing on the virtual reality and went, my queen, to these people, they are looking for me. All men are looking for me. They want what is in the physical world, right? They want to measure. They did the measurements. They did the pyramids and the me build strong, me build big, me fight hard. Right?
Yeah. Been there, done that.
But they're looking for the missing piece of the puzzle. And it's me. I'm not going to sleep with everybody, but if I can control the men, I can convince, I'm like what do they call it? What do the men call it? Not the third wheel. The person who comes along with you in a date to wingman. I'm the wingman of all women. Like, look, Chica, I've shaped this guy to perfection. if you just hold, this is what your heart looks like without his hurt all over you. If you hold on to this and know that everything that you've ever dreamed of is possible only through this guy, but you gotta love him the way he wants to be loved, and he's gotta love, and you gotta control his fiery passion with your love. Be that thing that goes on, that gooey thing in the head that I was talking about, all going through the agathoptics, going through, bringing with you the experience and the reasoning that brings you closer to yourself and an understanding of the outside world. What would be better than that? Right?
Right.
What
What could be better? My wife giving all the good things. Teaching about love.
Everybody wants it. And sometimes for that you have to give up some of your, like, isn't there like things in politics where they sign papers that they won't use nukes? That, oh, I won't
trees
use,
and accords. And
yeah, I
things.
won't use these kind of weapons on you. It's the same thing. Husband, I tell you what weapons I don't want you to use on me, and it turns out it's all of them, but I have to understand who you are and slowly undress your arsenal like you want to slowly undress my body. Breaking it down to men and women. I won't back down. You know how they sung oh man, that's the tragedy that makes the 5 men and women. Are you still with me? Because you're starting to look like a heroin addict. And you told me you weren't going to do that. You've been doing it this whole time. I'm trying to ignore it, but it makes me want to cry. So, like, do I bore you? What is the thing? If this thing isn't a big deal to you, then let's try to eliminate it. And if you can't, and all the time you can't, and it starts, I learn the universe of hurt through you. You teach me what makes me hurt. And it shapes myself, is because I think good of myself. It's different if we're talking on a live stream and you can't keep your fucking eyes open and look at me, versus if we're laying down, or you tell me you're tired and you want to go to bed, or you need a nap. It's different with us because you've used naps against me in war. Every weakness that you have that I should feel bad for you for, you've used as a weapon against me. And those are the weapons I'm trying to disarm. And never mind that, you've got nukes. You literally got nukes. Maybe not literally you, but everything of your kind. Men, boys, tribal fucking males with their peepees out and their poop everywhere. You're making things bad. It's different bad. You at least don't cross that line. You have to be pushed pretty far. Albeit, you show me that through weakness. That you're, instead of understanding me, you would rather be weak. And you're just then fighting your anger. But it's like all you had to do was not fucking lie to me. But what would I have learned if you just stopped lying to me fucking decades ago? That's pretty crazy, right? Could I have found it in a different way? I'm sure other people would have hurt me, and then you could have supported me, and then I could have ran for governor like that, but I had to learn this way, and maybe I had to do it myself, because you're not going to be the governor, are you?
No.
I think it was really just between me and you lost. But you were going to lose, right? But why did you have to do it like that? Maybe that we had to know like that. Because then your failures as the literal governor would have, like, gotten us Mussolini. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, we did our own debate, husband. It was between me and you, and I'm the winner. But will you be my husband second? My second in my, no. So here's what I think. I would... I need...
Do I get to be Riker? Is that what you're saying?
No.
No, not Riker.
No. You kind of get to be the jester. But let me suffix that or whatever. Proface that I have to have a good... Because it's about having a good life, right? It's about everybody having a good life, and all you boys are doofuses. And you're gonna do weird things, and we're gonna be scared and mad and happy, and we have to figure things out too. Or I have to help people figure it out, because I figured a lot of it out, but there's still, like, these depths of, like, they're on some surface level shit, you know, and we've exceeded. But there has to be a good environment for that thing to happen. Just like sex, right? Sex is a thing that's weird that everybody doesn't know. How do you do it the best way? How do you nurture a culture, politics, religion of when children have sex with each other? Because they're gonna. We can't just villainize it like they have been. We have to understand something about what children want. We have to stop villainizing them too and fucking create the best space where they make the best decisions, where they can listen to their insides. Because what I have to measure things by, every child has had to some degree. And I know that there's a lot of people who had a similar one to me. Because we were communicating it, you know? And we were doing the equal amount of hurt to each other. And I don't know if they... It doesn't matter. It did matter because I'm not going to let go of it. But I'm going to try to. Can you look at me? Do you care about what I'm saying? What would happen if the president was having a speech and somebody was slumped over like that? What do you think? Let's just play that game. Because we've been playing it so far, right?
Right.
That I want to rule over all the things. I'm literally talking about influencing people's minds and changing everything everywhere and putting things in their place. Fixing all the hurt. I don't know how to fucking say it. I've been talking about it, and now I have to say a new thing to talk about this.
I think you head on. You're fixing all the things. From the foundation.
And using all their fucking symbolism.
We had a while ago that you're all the things, but better.
Yes.
And we're starting to do, it's like, it's kind of a go round of, I feel like we've kind of come back to that same point with you being the governor doing politics. You were doing, you were saying, you got to do this. So I was like, amen, doing the religion thing. Like,
so you're not talking about what I addressed, right? I addressed a contradiction. That you were slumped over. And now you're trying to give me an example of when you weren't slumped over.
Oh, sorry. So,
no, can we realize how retarded this is?
Yes, wife.
And how much we had to go through to get to where we are now, and you're still doing that same shit?
You asked, you put forth, you're doing, what if you were the president or a situation and there's somebody there slumped over?
No,
right?
Uh-huh.
And that's not what I addressed.
Uh-huh.
That's the contradiction. I
asked you a question and you didn't answer it. Well, you answered it quick and then tried to talk about what you wanted to talk about. What you were trying to talk about was to tell me how you didn't do that. You were trying to recall a period of time, instead of talking about the time I'm talking about. You're talking about the time you weren't slumped over. This is what I did, as if I don't remember that, right? So now I'm retarded. This is how every dude treats everyone everywhere. And that's why wars start with guys, where they start, well, if you're gonna talk to me like that, I'm gonna start fucking bombing you. I'm gonna just throw a shoe at you. I'm gonna fight you. That's government. I'm gonna tell you how much we can fight. This is how you can protest. This is the days you can this is where you can fucking park for protests. This is where, put it in the disagreement box. Your voice is heard. And you're doing it to me right now on live TV. People would be too retarded to see what's going on. So, I'm in my imagination. You can paint a picture with me. You've been in a boardroom where people have ideas with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of painting a picture with me, which you could have done, I'm the man. I decided that let's not talk about what it would look like if me personally slumped over like a doofus while his wife speaks about something important, about all the important, all the good. Let's talk about how I encouraged you. Ain't I a good husband? No. That's you trying to take you trying to shape that mold for me. I have to be the governor of everybody, because every man will fight for this position and they will take anybody and anything, including themselves, fucking down with it. And I'm encouraging everyone to take everyone in mind the best way. Instead of writing in fucking laws of how much lead can you have in fucking paint? Oh, this got lost in fucking the mail. You and every fucking guy with his sex organs outside, you weak. You are physically weaker because it's harder to take my sex organs than it is to take your sex organs. That's what makes me more powerful in the mind. Oh, but I could do this, but I could do that. Yeah, but that's why I have to be. I am the measurement of reason, and the more people who want, the more men, the more real men, instead of the men who fucking are like, remember that time I was there for you? While in the present, you look like you fucking belong on Skid Row. Not listening to what I'm trying to do, and now when I try to give you an example, let's talk about if some fucking tranny idiot drugged out from under white belly was sitting in front listening to You're Hurting Me. Listening to the president in the White House where they have fucking vaccinations or masks, whatever. Everything smells good. Instead of it being for bums like Skid Row. Your ass was there like that, listening to whatever dick it was, but it still smelled nicer before you arrived, physically. And you're doing that to me personally. They drag you out. They don't let people throw shoes. They don't even let people ask fucking questions. I bet if someone came in without a tie, there'd be, you gotta come back. What's wrong with you? Go get a tie. It's policy. Who knows what arbitrary rules exist. So now you are creating those arbitrary rules. Yeah, but everything you say is true, but this. You're not measuring yourself. You haven't voted for me. You're actively, while I'm trying to get the people's attention, imagine if you were like that, if I was on live TV saying, not only do I think the president is an idiot and that everybody's stupid, but I want to control you. And I'm going to give you everything that you don't know you need. And you're on live TV with me slumped over, being a fucking doofus. Biting your nails. Now, because you can't play with your beard because it distracts me. On live TV, taking up all the time. Well, I'm so tired. I helped you yesterday. Can't I just? You're like Joe Biden, but worse, because you're with me directly. Fuck him. He's a puppet. You are with me, the person who's trying to say, "Hey, let me control you because." You want someone to govern you harder, daddy. Let me govern your insides. You want a government out here, so you want to be governed on the inside. You're running away then. You don't know what to do. If you are not using your brain to not be governed on the outside, then what are you on the inside? Anything I want, my fucking imagination. That's stupid. And you're imagining right now like a stupid, like every other stupid idiot. That it's better instead of playing in my imagination because you love me and you give me that time outside, that conversation, unless you deserve, you get to define all the words, right? We don't get to agree. We agree about what we're saying by having our actions reflect as best as possible. That's the thing that has to happen on the inside. And you're fighting it right now. And you're still doing this, not listening to me. You still probably couldn't even answer a yes or no question. You're probably so zonked right now. You act like a fucking crackhead. Like, I just don't want to be here because I don't want to fucking think about things that I don't want to think about. Okay, then you'll never love a woman. The difference, when you break it down between men and women, you don't give them that thing that should be theirs. That, hey, we exist. I'm on the outside. This is all about inside, outside, inside, outside. That's probably why there needs to be a government, right? But I have to be on the top of it. And if you're not doing what I say, there's no voting. I do the best thing. Or there's no, of course there has to be voting. But people, there's no voting the way they say. People have to do the thing, just like you have to do the thing, so that we can agree on words and find the best thing. We can't know words unless we're doing the best thing, because there's always going to be manipulation to that best thing, to that agreement we had with words. Why is it, agreements are written with words. Why can we lie with words? Oh, because that's just the thing. Then how do you balance? When they make a lie, how do they hide balance? Government. Well, because you did this in 1986, we declare that you're this kind of person and this is what's going to happen. Oh, but you have friends in the government? Then you're free to go. all the bullshit that you people justify, even though you say words, you want us to do those actions, and you define when we're not doing those actions. But then when it comes to you, you're like, yeah. And nobody understands how to fucking call out bullshit. I am the measurement of bullshit. I can call out the bullshit. I can make everybody has to come together to make words mean what they can. They do it to themselves, right? I have a tool. It's words. I'm going to use it to try to defend myself or try to attack someone. Oh my god, it's so fucking... What prevents that? Government. And it doesn't do it very well. Oh, I can't say nigger on fucking YouTube. You know? There's a controlling of communication instead of an understanding where we all, like Tower of Babel, coming together. Fuck God. We have to make the decision to be able to measure things. Why do we do stuff? We run really fast. Who runs the fastest? Who says words the best? Oh, that's something. Who says that it's not something that you can't measure somewhere? That's where I come in. And it's as simple as, and it's just hurt and power and bad things that everybody bitches about, that everybody is a result of, that prevents them from finding the best thing. You zonked out for a second and you had rolly eyes. If somebody even did that on live TV, even if they were just straight and looking, you know, oh, look at this guy, he doesn't even want to be there. People have done it. Somebody makes one wrong move and somebody's criticizing it. Somebody makes something noteworthy and then everybody has an opinion about it, basically. And I have an opinion about what you do. And if you say I love you, right? If words have to mean something, what does I love you mean then? Everybody wants love. Everybody wants sex. Some people have felt love. I feel love. I've felt something that I have identified as love and have measured now from being a natural thing that made me feel a physical thing that I couldn't help, and following that into adulthood of wanting to share life with someone. It was a road that I bet every chick can take if there's less hurt. Now, I know for a fact. I don't know if I said believe. This is the thing that everybody has suffered from. And it's on purpose, but also I don't need to suffer anymore from you. That's for sure. Words we can say in our imaginations where we both share something. So, you know how on the outside world, I can go, I made 4 moves with my feet to this rock.
Mm-hmm.
You can agree. But you could think something different in your mind. Oh, but they're not my feet. So, whatever that means, the separation. The way we measure each other then by the inside by what we mean. If a person who did 4 feet, somebody said, yeah, you did 4 feet, now I'm going to do 4 feet to build that same thing, it's not going to come out the same. Because we have different bodies. I wonder if he's still hunting, if something was down here. Distractions, I'm sorry. I don't even remember. Going too fast and then and I gotta start all over again, or I gotta hard to go at the same pace. Whatever. I deserve all the attention all these other people get. They all criticize them. I'm like, hey, I learned a lesson from all this stuff. Let's talk about it. It's like, nah. You don't speak to me. It's affecting how we communicate with each other and how we interact with each other now. It always has, but it's in a more self-aware way because we have all these things inside our fucking minds that are there that have hurt us. Fucking filled with McDonald's commercials, filled with fucking sex, filled with fucking... It's made our languages different. Having sex with kids is okay. Having sex with kids is not okay. It's split people into all these different bidipoles of what's good and what's not good. And if my calculations are correct, the simple fix, the best fix, the only fix, I guess, it's simple to me because it's like now that I did it for myself, now that I know how to, through trial and error, teach people the best, like people could just stop dying right now, you know? It's all just in our brain. It's all the separation between outside and inside. Those measurements of what we have to treat things like on the outside. Instead of, oh, global warming, or oh, fuck women, or oh, this or that, or you can't make fun of a law. All of that stuff is opinionated bullshit that has to be addressed based on the stupidity of the people and the power that people have to make it stop. If I was the government and people were this fucking mad about stuff, I would send them to the cartel. And I would make it be no, oh, you hate child molesters? Oh, you're fighting for Ukraine for their bullshit thing. But these people traffic and murder children and try to be as brutal as possible. So take out your fucking anger on them. And recognize the innocence. You know, this is, you're gonna be a warrior. You're gonna be a hero. You might get carried away once in a while like Batman punching people too many times, but you're not gonna hurt anybody because you have the goal in sight. And there would go all the bad things. Anything left that doesn't want to vote for me at the end, they would all be gone. And to do that in this world, it would require money and power. And protection. And people who listen very carefully. And you can't even keep your eyes open. You can't look at me like it matters. You want to be you want to be governed too. You all the time tell me what to do, but then when I tell you what to do, you're like, I don't want to do that. But that's how we have to communicate. Hey, do you see this rock? Let's call it rock or something. Look what it does. We can both see this thing. Whatever we call it, usually people take that shit. Language is war. They use, like the Romans, they would say, you speak Roman, you know, or whoever fucking has done that. Russia, or the influence on people that the most powerful has is what people are. And it's all bad stuff. But the most successful people manipulate what is most manipulatable in people. Right?
Right.
Boot camps, fucking wars. They are very stringent, and that's where, like, so much of that passion comes from. Or that, whatever they fucking call it. And then in another vein, I'm sure there's some people who fucking would be another way. They'd be, like, super excited for a little while, but I'm sure everybody would get bored. So it's because I've been talking, nobody would listen to someone for this long and have that kind of passion or whatever, but we measure each other by our interactions with each other. There are times where you don't want to go to sleep because, you know, give me hugs and kisses or whatever, and then fall asleep whenever the hell you want. If this is a thing that we both decide to do, and I need a certain thing from you, like answering my questions to be with me, and if you're not telling me how it doesn't work for you, and we measure that, and then but I can't even get your measurements because you're still fighting me about things that we've established shouldn't be fought about. Like, if I tell you to follow me, right? It's years and years and years. Follow me. Mm-hmm. Follow the leader. And I'm trying to get you to see my logic so that you can say things or see the reason in it and follow me. I don't even know how to say it because we didn't have that relationship. I never seen that relationship before. When people maybe do science or something, you don't ask the questions that will lead you to understand what I'm saying. You are just working against what I'm saying. And I have to try to convince you that you're not right, but you fight for it. So it's like, what is this? Court in America and also all the other countries? It's just bullshit opinions? So instead of doing those contradictions, there's things that you can measure to see what's going on. You're preventing us from measuring. You matter, it's just you think you matter more than you do because you don't see the shape of me. But luckily for you, I see the shape of you. At least I feel it or something. It's like maybe in this world, right? I've got legs, but I'm blindfolded.
Okay.
you can see, but you have no legs and you're in a backpack that I'm carrying. And you can only see behind us. So maybe I can like swing around and you can see forward. Maybe we can't see it at the same, or I can't be walking maybe. I don't know if there's, you're on my back regardless. Maybe it doesn't matter if it's backwards or forwards.
Okay.
Maybe it's forwards and you gotta tell me what's there. I don't know what being in the physical world is in the best way, because you're the only conduit I have. I'm just a girl. If I do it outside of me, there's gonna be vultures and so, oh, I'm a strong, independent woman, and then I lose part of myself, and I don't have the whole picture because you're not there. So if you agree that we're supposed to be walking towards each other, and I need you, while I'm fucking blind walking through this shit, to have your fucking eyes open to see what I'm about to fucking run into. But now really just be strong, I guess. Maybe tell me I'm scared because I'm blind, and I know because you're behind me, or that I could see, but I can't, and I have to rely on you. Yeah. So, maybe I would be fine, because I would just die, right? I would have that moment of pain. I'm blind. Maybe I walk. Maybe I don't. Maybe I would fear. I don't know if babies fear if they can't see, or if it's the awareness of it. Maybe if I was all by myself, in this realm of the mind imagination scenario where I'm a baby and nothing's happening. Or I'm at least I can pick my head up, Mm-hmm. So, and hungry, maybe it would just be I don't know. Maybe it's too hard to be that realistic. At some moment I'm alive and I'm at a place where I can walk or sit there and die or something. I don't know how scary it would be. Maybe it would be something I'd have to wonder after being with you for a while. Maybe we were just always there like that. Moment of awareness. And it's like, well, what if you were never here or something? And that's the only thing that, because we'd probably get into fights because you would want me to go places and I would want to, I would blame you. I would be angry at you inherently because you had eyes, and you would be inherently angry with me that you don't have legs. And that's what man and woman is. And that's why you can have a sex fucking meter. How much pain until you try to become the thing you hate the most. And it's always breaking it down to men and women. It's always fucking trying to become it. Become it to control. I'm going to infiltrate man and try to define it. And that's just playing the dude's game, fucking conquering fucking bullshit. I don't remember why I was going there. I got distracted a few times. But we have to agree to measure. So if you're not trying to prevent the things that distract you from our survivability, being the blind chick, carrying around the, what is it, a boglin? Like the Jim Sterling before he fucking went off the deeper end. He had those toys. We were just looking at that one thing where they were pretending it was a Star Wars character, but it was food.
Yeah,
And there was a
they're
Boglum
called
toy.
Boglums, yeah.
You're like that on my back. Because you have no legs and you're like... A lot of the times, you know, for some reason, because you can't have your way... Because you can't have legs like me, and you bitch about it instead of just telling us where to go, you risk my life as the blind lady, not forced to carry you, but I'm glad that you have eyes. I could take you off. Maybe not, I don't know. No, it'll always affect me. Even if I do, in this imagination, take you off, I'll always be like, my anger or sadness or confusion will get in the way of my survivability. Because I'm blind, going through this crazy thing where I need your help, and I know what it's like because you used to tell me. Sometimes you're a measurement of the outside world because men controlled it, right? It's like why do I have to be voted? Why does it have to be in that language? That's your fault? Man fault? Because you didn't take over the government, and this is your domain. You made this. I'm just the sufferer. Every man could work passionately at all points of the day for freedom. Excluding fucking typing on Twitter fucking political people, Jack Posayak, Jack Ryan, whatever. Big Guns Entertainment. That shit is weak. And it's doing nothing. It's just... It's doing the same thing that trainees do. It's like, don't take... I will be sensitive to you when you're sensitive to me. I'm the sensitive-o-meter. You're not a female, so you don't know about that. If you're hurting me, then all you do is hurt females. If you try to change me to suit you, if you don't try to... if I can't see you taking things over, please...
You want some more, wife?
Yeah.
I'll go heat up this thing.
I think one of those weird things are still in here. That shit is hard as hell. What is this? Fucking part of the pot?
Did some of the cornstarch get hard?
And become red? Shit looks like a flea. Better not be a flea in the soup. Oh my god, that one... that first apartment we lived in, when I tried to enjoy just apartment life. Fuck it, whatever. This is Shin-Chan. Trying to feel good about what I'm doing. Making things look nice, even though it's... I don't know what I'm doing because we came from where we did, and there's a lot of confusing things, but just fucking try to do stuff that's going in the right direction. I sit down with my fucking hot cup of coffee, and there's a fucking bug in it. And it was a fucking cockroach. It was a fucking baby cockroach. And I couldn't just sit there and enjoy anything. And it's because you fucking lied to me and said, yeah, I'm a person who likes to do the man thing. But you didn't. I can run my own. In this outside world, I'm trying to become a bigger part of it. Okay, I'm in it to win it. Best opportunity ever. Like something good has happened. I could have done for myself at that point, getting money by being a female and not having to do the things that I didn't want to do with you. That I couldn't do at the time. I couldn't be abused by fucking the working world at this point in time. So this is the scenario. You know who I am, right? You know the sense of me that I have.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working in a place. I lost my previous job because my mother got cancer. I was making okay money, but it was a job that I at least enjoyed because I could experiment with it. I was driving people around. I love to drive. I love to listen to music. I love to explore who I am by myself. Picking people up, getting to know them, finding myself in this environment, basically, in the best way I could. And I was making money. I saved up like $3,000 or something to move to Colorado by myself to be able to smoke weed and live in the light and live in the outside world freer than I was. So if people did that, then they must be more open-minded. They must... There's a world that I could include myself in further because they challenge ideas that were not challenged where I'm from. So all that money goes during the time where I didn't have a job because I was taking my mother to whatever appointments or fucking whatever for the cancer stuff. Slowly turning to fucking her prescription pills because they were available to cope. I guess towards the end, there was like, there was like 2 years, a 2-year gap between when this started and when it ended, when you came along. But I was surviving off what I was doing and feeling okay. And then at some point, maybe the year point, maybe less, probably less, it was time to get a job again because my mother was out of her shit, but she had she could make appointments. It wasn't like things she could take herself to because this stuff like made her sick or whatever. I don't remember how. There's so much of a blur. But I know at some point I was able to get a job again. And I think she still got sick during that time, but it was like different. I had to get a job that I didn't like because they weren't going to hire. Oh, I could go to work again, but they weren't going to hire me back. They have moved on long for me. There was no like loyalty or anything. I don't think they like me. You know, looking back on it, I don't think that anybody liked me. You have to fight like them instead of just being there were some people that liked me, but definitely not the person in charge. I think 2 of them wanted to date me. There was that was the time that I bought that potion, that love spell or whatever smell. And I had a few people in that job hit on me, customers, like, explore. But even now that I experienced all this, like, I'm different and blah, blah, blah. But I have to get a thing, start working at a place I fucking hate where it's just, I don't get to sit around and color until somebody needs a ride. I don't make coffee once in a while or whatever. Answer phones. I have to bust my ass to clean fucking piss and shit in a hotel. And I don't know, something, mother got sick again, so left that job for the short while until, I think when she came, when it was like, hey, I'm done, I was like, I just didn't show up for work again. I was like, I don't give a shit. 2 weeks notice. Suck a ball, you know? All this work ethic completely fucking contradicts feelings. This is the time, this is the period you're allowed to grieve. This is the period that you're allowed to feel sick. This is the amount of time you have to figure your shit out or go to appointments or whatever the fucking case may be. This is how long you deserve vacation. This is how you define sickness. If you're out for more than 3 days, you gotta go to the doctor. Like, it's awful. I can't deal with that shit. And the bullshit, I got paid off the books when I worked at the car place. And now I have to put my fingerprint in. That's how desperate I was. That's how much I fucking gave up. I had to put my fucking fingerprint on to, this is exactly the time that you got to work. And it's like, hey, my car breaks down a lot. You know? Mm-hmm. Fucking, sometimes I'm bringing in donuts, and you know what? If I'm like 5 minutes late for fucking, and I bring in coffee, I make the mood better, and you're gonna dock me for that? It just, or not even, so what, dock me. But to criticize me and say I'm only allowed to do that a certain amount of times before you deem me not good enough for this job, it's all sickening and demeaning. And when you came to me and told me that you had your own business, that you were independent, I didn't have to make money. I could work for you. I could do things without fucking even worrying about, just give me something to do, but also, can I live with you? Fucking perfect. And you stole everything from me. I could have went back to that slave world, or I couldn't have if I didn't meet you. You know, I could show my feet on the internet for a living. I could show my tits and for an even bigger living. There's plenty of room for me to sell myself. And what would I have cared? Because you weren't there. So you owe me. That was a big, stupid fucking lie that you gave me. And it doesn't pain you every single day that you didn't have. There was something you could have had. There's something that we could have had that was grand. If you loved me, and you could, with that love, see how happy I could be in a life with someone who did have that, and how well, if the perfect man, if who I want you to be, if I had then, how perfect it would be, how we could have taken over the physical world instead of begging for nothing to nobody. I still would have learned the hurt on the outside. I would just had somebody else on my side. But now it's just that, but less. You dragged us behind. You dragged me behind. There's plenty of times where people want a Julia Child or a Julia Roberts fucking girl on the streets, except not a girl on the street. Somebody who's, fucking Camgirl 69, Estelle, whatever that bitch's name is, be my wife. The more people want to do that, the more money you get, and then you don't have to marry any of them. But the less you lose of yourself, but maybe I would have found somebody, who knows? Maybe I would have gotten good at measuring people by how much I didn't like spending time with these people. Who knows what would have happened, but I would have done it well. I would have still gotten here. But I went with you. Or I would have killed myself, and what would it have fucking mattered? That's like every dude ever, but unfortunately for them, they don't have someone like me. If one of these people maybe had someone like me where I showed my guff and my limits, and they loved me enough to talk about it and see my shape, maybe we could have taken over together. Me and, I don't know, Chad McGruffin, Obama, fucking Jack Rickelson, Steve Jobs. I had so much power to offer, but as fate would have it, I had to just find the power in myself, find the weakness in everybody else. And I can see my own weaknesses, but you know, all a weakness is just a friend to learn from. Is a friend to get stronger. And it's either get stronger or we all go down together. Ooh, the captain has to go down with the ship, right? Suicide is just the captain going down with the ship, you know what I mean?
I think so.
Oh, but it's just because nobody gave you medication enough. Fuck off.
Should I go start that soup and I'll come back?
Okay. You gotta start voting for me so that you can. I need people to. If a person goes knocking on doors by themselves, it doesn't look as good. You know? Imagine if a third person showing excitement about why they should vote for somebody, and they're like, hey, they'll literally save your life. And look, these are the testimonies. People fall for that shit all the time. But then when they look at it, they get disappointed. So look at me and not be disappointed. If it claims it's a toaster, then watch it toast. Ugh. Okay. Is the iced tea ready yet? Or, I'm sorry, is it cool yet? Wee you. Sweet boy. Oh, Craven. No. Come here. Hello, sweet boy. How are you? Are you enjoying the conversation, Socrates? Are you feeling reminiscent, or do you think I'm bullshit? I think we speak the same language. I just happen to be born 2,500 years in the future. Wouldn't it be nice if we could make dudes in the past familiars? But Socrates, come back to me. Come learn how to be a human again, but in a cat. And then I'll figure out how to give you a human body eventually, or maybe not. Maybe you'll like being a cat. And then that's how we'll lay with lions, because then men who come back as things that just want to be cuddled and they want to eat, they'll just be animals, they'll be furries, and then women can be humans. But then there'll be some men. I'm sure there'll be some girl kitties too. I just want to live in the sun. I just want to eat the tuna fish. And that's okay. And that's okay. Because the big people are talking now. Sorry, Craven. I forgot you was there. You're such a little boy. Hello. What have you been up to, Craven boy? Were you sleeping on the blanket because it's free now? Because you can't sleep on this blanket? Because you peed then? I wonder how it's because they're told what they want to hear. That's why, like, Cleopatra. Not Cleopatra, Miss Cleo and shit worked. That's why, like, Balthazar works. People who predict the future or say they talk through aliens of higher vision. I need those people to speak through me, and they have to do it the best way. Not fucking lying bullshit about space monsters and space angels. Fuck off. So there's been so many dude sacrifices to the death. Way more than chicks. I'm sure they die in some way. But men going to war and shit. Was a pointer? He's like looking at it. I think you gotta bring it to his attention. Maybe if I do it like this. Which button is it? The middle? You want this? I think he's got the attention. So I don't know how campaigning works, but you should help me with that at some point. Yeah.
Yes, wife.
Oh, I'm gonna need milk. I feel like. Anthony Weiner. Oh. I wonder if I can say this out loud. There's something I've been thinking about because it's a person that old Heidenberg fucking live streams with or does podcast with, whatever, who said something interesting to me. Something about like he just assumes that everything's a psyop. And it's like that makes sense to me, you know? Yeah. Because why wouldn't you? If there's so much of it, But it doesn't. That's not the best place to conclude, right? It's a good place to start.
That everything's a psyop.
Yeah. Trying to find the... I feel like taking that as a sign as you understand that everything's bullshit and these people always do bad things as an opportunity to vote for me for governor of the mind forever, for Trevor Moore. Where was I going with that? I don't fucking remember. So it's like, I don't know, seeing these opportunities in these places and knowing that I can't probably say enough to be heard, Amber Heard. Because it's like, oh, poor Johnny Depp, right? He wasn't also a maniac, too. Let's just completely villainize the fucking chick, and people are... I guess that's a story for another day. I wonder who would listen to what. And maybe that's where you have to help me. Like, I gotta say, so the most... I was thinking about it. The easiest thing to do to talk to everybody at once is to say something outrageous to give them all the same reaction, and then try to aim for the same thing but in the opposite direction. Like, hey, uh insert vote for me for a position in your life that mimics politics but isn't, is something crazy and new that you don't understand. And then going, oh, that sounds crazy, right? This is a reason, well, like, this would sound crazy to you. And then try to mold something from that. So I don't
speak to the person who thinks everything's a psyop.
No, not just that, but I was thinking of how to talk to... What's the difference between someone like that and someone who votes for presidents and also has a podcast with billions of people that listen to them about that politics? Like, say something so absurd that it gets their attention, and then relate to them with that thing. And then, hi.
Hi.
Is the thing he's heating up, right?
Yeah, I should probably go check on it.
I wonder what a little bit of pepper would taste in there. Like a... Not a regular black pepper, not a chipotle pepper, but
It's supposed to be white pepper is what a lot of the recipes call for.
Oh. Well, what about like cayenne? Or something like that.
Ooh.
Oh, I don't know. What do you think? If it's weird, would you share it with me? Do something that would taste good with it. Whether cayenne or something else spicy. Oh, I didn't get to the best part. How, in order to live the best, we have to be, you know how everybody gets to go on these crazy vacations because they do stupid things on YouTube? And you know how people throw money at people just because, and a lot of it is to bad people that they then have to make YouTube biographies about or some shit? YouTube essays? The most vile TikToker. Well, all of that, instead of throwing money at these people, they should throw money at me because then it goes back to the system in a good way instead of buying like children online or fucking blowing cars up. What would happen if we took 50 iPods and threw them off the Empire State Building? Fucking wasteful bullshit. We've seen it. It's... What if we boil one fucking iPad? It's like all this plastic you're putting... All the money spent, all the child workers fucking... that died to make those fucking microchips. There's like a little sweetness that comes out. Maybe not so hot, but I like that.
Okay, baby.
I wonder, could you bring vinegar? Too? So I think if I get to live like a princess, every girl will get to live like a princess. Because money is stupid and bullshit, and there's enough stuff for everyone. And we can all be smart enough and reasonable enough to know that we can't have all the things and don't need all the things. And there's a reasonable way to do it that isn't like, well, how do we win? Oh, well, I guess fucking we'll just have a war for it. Imagine if it takes so much time to eat food, you don't need fancy fucking things and shit in your house if you grow stuff. And there doesn't need to be, oh, there's only so many grapes that can go around. Everybody can have fucking grapes. That shit is fucking bountiful because nobody tells you to keep soil healthy. Things have to die. And guess what? Banana peels are things that die. If you set fires, fucking, you have ash that you mix with it, and now earthworms are eating it and pooping it, and we're having better things. There doesn't have to be food shortages. That's the if I was the governor of everybody's minds, there would never have to be a food shortage. All that shit is artificial, and I bet you a lot of it has to do with the infrastructure man builds that makes droughts. Even just building tall buildings. It's all their fault, and if we stop doing that, we'll have more room for grapes. And so what? You build it, you give it the best environment, you don't have to fucking do very much. So what? Some fucking animals take it, you know? You're not gonna have locusts and shit if you have other animals eating. So a couple ferrets, a squirrel takes a couple grapes. That's just what it's sacrificed to the animals. Because then you won't have grasshoppers because you have birds all the time. Why are you trying to scare away the crows? That's why you have locust infestations. Guaranteed. You had an army that's like, holy shit, it's dinner time, you know?
In distilling, they call that the angel's cut. A little bit like the stuff that gets absorbed into the barrels that you lose from that
but
process.
You also gain in like age and flavor. And when you do dough, you can't use all of it or else you don't have that stuff that will make the thing happen quicker. People are doing everything wrong, and it's all Obama's fault. If Obama doesn't listen to me, it's measurable that he's a bad person. And the system will rule him out. We can take everything back into our own fucking hands, and there can only be violence against it. But I think with enough people who vote for me, there's going to be women who have cops and military people as husbands, and they're like, I'm sick of this shit. You're not going anywhere. You're not fighting anybody. You're not going to be beating people up on the street. So what? He was black and he was an asshole and he was on fentanyl. He was still human. And the satisfaction that cop got is not good. And so then they make it political. Oh, but who was more in the wrong? Both sides are out of control and crazy. And instead of getting a spanking, they can vote for me. Or they'll get the worst spanking of their life. Because all of them working in the government getting sex changes, quote unquote, to tell them to, don't call me I'm a woman. No, you're not. That hurts more than a fucking spanking. You get mentally spanked. You're getting literally, not literally spanked. I like this.
You still want me to go get the vinegar?
Oh, shit. Yeah. I'd like to try it.
Okay. You want the seasoned rice vinegar or you want the white vinegar?
Ooh, a seasoned rice. That might not be the right choice, but I would like it to be the choice.
Okay.
I'll take my punishment. Man. People be punishing themselves because they're punished by everybody else. They're like, fuck it. God does this to me. God wants me to do this. God must want me to do this because that's what everybody else does to me. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think the more people that vote for me, the more quicker people will become enlightened. It starts with you, husband. You gotta not fall asleep with me on live TV. It's almost like a better hot and sour soup. I think maybe regular vinegar might be fine. But also, it requires a lot of vinegar. I don't know if it's the best idea. Is as spicy as strong, flavored. I think the other one would be better.
You want me to get the regular vinegar?
No, maybe next bowl, or is this it?
There's a tiny bit left.
No! Well, I'll try with that then. Do you want to taste it?
Oh, it's like hot and sour soup.
Right?
There were some mushrooms in there. It'd be real good.
Here we did not have mushrooms and hot and sour soup. Shot. Nope, that's a lie. We did. I just didn't eat them. Sorry. They're just different where we were living compared to here.
We ate some fucked up Chinese food the places we lived.
Yeah, all that shit was disgusting.
Fucking wonton soup with fucking vegetable medley in it. What the fuck?
I've never had like something so gross it was inedible. Until I went to there. Because they don't give a shit. Rome is burning. Everybody's like, fuck it. Why though? Not valuing nothing. I'm just living in the moment. Not really. Because living in the moment is you are here, right? And you gotta want to hurt to stop. If you're not doing that process, then you're not in the moment. You're being dragged in that moment. You make some decisions, but they're usually bad. And they end up in bad situations. Maybe people live their whole lives in a good way, but they let the place burn around them. Maybe they didn't have a choice. I know a lot of men had a lot of choices. Because they would say they were doing something and then doing another thing. Anybody who said that they were doing something and did something else is more responsible than somebody who did nothing at all. And people who are like, oh, fucking, you're not speaking out against this thing, so you're an asshole. Maybe I didn't even know about it. You, however, are speaking out about it. And you're not doing a very good job of being an advocate for it or against it or whatever. Did you want the rest? Are you sure? How long have we been at this? Did we even read?
Yeah, we read some stuff about Babel. We didn't get very far. 4 hours.
So God's a dick, obviously. If we could do what we want, then maybe we would have done a good thing. Because we were all speaking the same language. Do we start lying to each other then and speaking different languages after God came and crashed everything down? That was so good. I want so much more. It was good with that rice vinegar. I just had to sit for a while. I don't know if maybe we should just keep this. Which one do you think I should use? Which one would be better to use? That one? Okay.
I think the other one, it would be more acidity than it would be flavor.
Bring flavor to life. I could do that without your help. Hoo-wee. I took a tiny sip of vinegar.
Oh no.
I feel it interacting with my belly.
How is it interacting?
Better than that. People are so gross. That's what a faggot is. No, you know what I mean. Oh, they're not homophobic or whatever the fuck in South Park. Because bikers are faggots. They're loud and annoying. That's what a faggot is, right? Listen, the person who fucking causes the trouble doesn't get to define the words I should use. You know? Then you've created a different war that doesn't address the problem, and that makes you a faggot. No man should tell a woman how to express her feelings. Because you're stronger than me. I could throw a nuke on your head or whatever, but if you'd listen, it wouldn't have to get there. I think it could use a little more heat. Maybe there's some of this. You're missing out. This one got a little thicker. I wonder if it's because it's cooler or because, like, the egg made it thicker. I kind of like the thickness. I wonder if there should be, like, some roux. Make roux.
I have to make it a little different, but
yeah. Or if you just drip a little bit of, or cornstarch, I guess could also work.
Well, that's what I use to get it thick.
So why didn't you say anything when I said, I wonder if the egg is making it thick or it's just because it's heating or it's cooling down?
Well, the egg does increase the thickness. It gets thicker when I
Okay, but you just mentioned, you could have mentioned that you added a thickener at any point in time. I think you could have made that connection, right?
Yes, was. There's I either used cornstarch or I used the tapioca starch, whatever.
Do you take note of which one, if it tastes different?
Yes, and they taste exactly the same to me. I've not noticed it.
Tapioca starch is so sweet, though. Maybe it's just an illusion of sweet. It's almost like a soda if it was fizzy and less thick.
I've used it in meringues. I've used it in all sorts of any place that requires cornstarch. I've tried mixing in tapioca starch instead, and it's worked out.
What was the first one you mentioned? Meringues?
Yeah.
You use a lot of that in or cornstarch and meringues.
Yeah, it's either cornstarch or tapioca starch.
That sounds pretty tasty. More like Poor Floyd. because he got murdered. It's unfortunate that that child has to grow up in such a violent world where that violent world took her father. That's gotta feel like something. But fuck that. Let's talk about how he did fentanyl. My dad did heroin. Did he deserve to die? Oh, look at all these people and sympathize with them, but not these. Without the governor of the mind, you don't know how to judge people or sympathize with people or empathize with people, really. Look at how they wrote fucking Deanna Troy. They made her retarded. And dudes were just like, damn, shiny hair. I'm sure some were like, what an idiot. Those are the people I need to vote for me. I need everybody to vote for me, but most importantly, the smart people. I bet to the smart people, I sound like the craziest person in the world. Imagine like we watched a Red Letter Media or somebody else we've watched, Brutal Moose. Hi, elect me for blah blah blah.
Mayor of the mind.
They'd be like, this is ridiculous, probably, and not even give it a second thought. Wouldn't even open it. I wanted to give people power, but they don't want it. I actively tried to hand people power, and they were like, no, get away from me. But information is power, right, G.I. Joe? And knowing is half the battle. Guess what? I did half the battle for you fucking retards. You know? So now I'm gonna have to do the second half of the battle. But it's only gonna be accomplished, or the thing, it's only good. I'm already that. I need the love and appreciation and the people doing the things they have to do. Given whatever attention they give to everybody else, you're so great, you're so fucking... It's gotta be to me, because it's gotta be for the good thing. So they can filter it back, take this back in the most responsible way. Find a woman to love with this love. You know, you'll never have sex with me. Here's the tools to find somebody who will have sex with you, you know? Change the pace. Everybody's perception of things, everything's a social construct. Not everything, but how we appreciate each other as a man and woman definitely is. We have to figure that shit out. And we're letting government do it. I'm there to be the fucking watchdog of that, you know? Call that shit out exactly for what it is. All you gotta do is give me the best vinegar to suck on while I do it. When people do things bad, they get in trouble for it. When they do things that same system says it's good, they fail, they lose. That system is rigged. Everybody has said it a million times, the system is rigged. It is. And how do you know? Because there's something to measure it by. Hi. I can feel everybody's feelings. I'm from Betazoid 10, and I'm here to be your princess. Show me the way. Okay. This is what, let's see where you are right now. Doctor of the mind. It can't be a system to find truth because people ain't gonna find it. People ain't gonna look for it. It's not like Kung Fu, you know, the legend continues. They won't come to my temple and practice. They won't do ninja moves. They're too fat and lazy. Like, I already know. I'm like a level 10 Shaolin monk. I watched Airbender 5 times. So, God's a dick. Should we try to read for a little bit?
Yeah.
How many fucking pages did I skip?
You went back to read the Tower of Babel thing there, baby.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that. Oh, ham. Oh, maybe it's on this side. All speaking the same language. Oh, if now, while they are one people, all speaking the same language, they have started to do this, nothing will later stop them from doing whatever they presume to do. Does that mean we can use our imagination? Maybe there's something like, what if we can't? Man doesn't want us to use our imagination to. That's why the slaves, that's why they gotta keep these people down, because they don't want everybody to do what they want.
What if they get smart and challenge God?
Yeah, or challenge the government. Let us then go down there and confuse their language so that no one will understand what another says. Thus the Lord scattered them from there all over the earth, and they stopped building the city. So God didn't scatter them. They said, this city will keep us together. Because a lot of people fucking, God made people, scattered the people for a bad, because they were being bad or something, betraying God or some shit. But they said, we'll do this tower and we'll be together. And now, since they're not doing the tower, they're not together. That is why it was called Babel. Because there the Lord confused the speech of all the world. So because the tower was being built, he had to confuse everybody. I see human potential and I don't fucking like it.
Made him too much in my image.
And so what if they destroyed the earth? God fucking destroyed the earth. Right?
Yeah, once so far. On the first little bit.
Is this technically the second destruction?
The second impact, Evangelion?
Mm-hmm. Because now they don't have a tool to live well. Like they were gonna live well. It was a matter of power that God took away. There's no denying that. He didn't say why it would be a bad thing. Just they could do whatever they want to do. Oh, but have you seen what people did? Yeah, because God did this first. What came first? The chicken or the... Well, what came first? God or people? In the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. Oh, well, there you go. So your God is at fault. Just like the parents, they want to blame the children and not fucking blame themselves because they're not willing to fucking learn. Give your children to the government. You give your children to fucking abortion. You give your children to fucking daycares. You give your children to fucking public schools. You give your children to fucking MTV. You give your children to fucking everything. Fucking Sesame Street. Fucking my pee-pee is also a wee-wee. Give your children to me. Children are the best thing to be influenced by. If you don't want to listen to me, just force your children to vote for themselves, because it's going to happen anyway. They're going to vote for bad and then they're going to get raped or killed. What?
It's
So let
just-
me indoctrinate them. What?
Yeah, that's a way better option.
So I say fuck and nigger sometimes.
It's a family show.
It's a family show. Guess what I'm not doing? Getting fucked by a bunch of dudes. I'm not promoting self-harm or Satan.
Killing moms.
I'm not teaching wrong math and wrong science. Yeah, killing moms like fucking Disney.
Disney turbed.
Disney turbed.
Disturbed. About killing moms. You fucking bitch, get ready to die.
And
It's a family show.
Mickey didn't have no fucking parents. Neither did Minnie, I think. Scattered them and they stopped building the city. That's what we call Babel, because he confused their speech. It was from that place that he scattered them all over the earth. Yeah, we know that. Thanks for saying it fucking twice. Do you have the light or something? There's one here, but it's so far away. Sorry, kitten. Whoops. Here I go again on my own. It's one of them pink words.
Oh, so we're on a new chapter thing?
Not a new chapter, but a new section. The line from Shem to Abraham.
So Abram is not at Abraham.
I don't think so. So far, all we know is that there's two different names being told. So we should just keep them separate until we're proven otherwise, right? Like the fucking gods and God, since it was said two different ways.
Yeah.
Then keep them separate until there's a confirmation or denial. This is the record of the descendants of Shem. When Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Apachad. 2 years after the flood. So I guess Shem is one of the Noah's brothers.
Sons. Noah has 3 sons.
Yeah,
Ham,
sons.
Shem,
Sorry.
and Dolomite.
Did we get further than this? I feel like we did Peleg and Ru, because then we got to Terah. Terah was part of... Oh, where the fuck? Nahor. What are the 2 or 3 brothers' names?
Shem, Ham,
Okay, so this is...
and Diplodocus or something like that.
This is Shem's line. Shem went to Terah,
Okay.
and then Terah made Abraham.
Okay.
So that's Abraham twice then, right? Can I give you my leg?
Uh-huh.
It's uncomfortable and there's so much blanket there. Hey, kittens, why don't you play nice? Ugh. Can you use me as a fidget spinner? Ugh. Learn to love it. Like I have to do other things besides smoking cigarettes normally. Ugh. Terah was 70 years old when he made Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So maybe they are the same people. From Shem to Abraham, because it says the patriarch Abraham is the next part. And Abraham, or Abram, is Terah, but maybe he'll still be in the future, Abraham.
Okay.
So we got... Terah's got 3 sons, Abram, Nahor, and Haran. Second part. It's called Terah. This is the record of the descendants of Terah. He became the father of Abram, Nahor, Haran. Haran became the father of Lot. Haran died before his father, Terah. In his native land, in Ur of the Chaldeans. Abram and Nahor had wives, Sarai and Milcah, respectively. Nahor's wife was a daughter of Haran, so Milcah is Lot's sister.
Okay.
And Haran died after having Lot, Milcah, and Iscah. Sarai was barren, she had no child. So that's it for Abram. Maybe then his name changes to Abraham. Whoa, Ham? I thought Ham was cursed.
I thought Shem was cursed.
I'm pretty sure it's Ham. Hold on. Cause Ham is the one that.
Because he can't eat ham.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense, but Ham is the one who saw his dad's naked. And then his dad, Noah, cursed him to be the worst of all the.
Okay.
And the Ham's like. But the Hams took it over. If he went from Abram to Abraham, but maybe that's just a weird translation mistake, but maybe not. Here it is. Noah got drunk, got naked. Canaan saw the father's nakedness. Oh. Shem and Japheth. Those are the three names.
Japheth.
So cursed be Canaan's. And then oh, what the hell? Oh, Ham, the father of Canaan.
Oh.
So it's Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
So Ham is the cursed one because he's the son of Canaan, and the Canaan's cursed.
And he's the one that saw his dad's dick. So we're talking Terah came from Shem, which is the least of the slaves, because Japheth is the slave that gets to still be less of a slave than Ham, the Canaanites. So Shem has all the way down to Terah and then to Abram, which might turn into Abraham.
Josie, back up.
And so now we're talking about before Terah died. So Abram has no children with Sarai because she's barren, allegedly. Nahor is married to his dead brother's daughter. Feel me? And that daughter is sister to Lot that goes on this adventure with them. Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, who was the son of the dead guy, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, who isn't related.
Okay.
uh, and brought them out of Ur of the Chaldeans to go to the land of Canaan. So they were Shem, and then they became Ham, it seems like, and they're also going to Canaan. Which is his father's native land. So is there a mistranslation?
Is there a mistranslation?
Yeah, or were they all in fucking Canaan at some point? Because this is descendants of Shem.
They were probably all in Canaan at one point, I think.
Maybe that's where they landed with the ark. With the ark.
Where
So
Mount Ararat is.
hello, sweet boy. So Terah took his son Abram and his wife and his dead kid's son, and left Ur to go to the land of Canaan. But when they reached Haran, which is the name of the dead,
There's from last time, Haran was the guy, but there was also was it a land or was it a town?
I don't know. It's I think it's a town.
But both Haran.
Yeah. So is it the same person? Is it the who's one's called after the other? Or but when they reached Haran, they settled there. Is there some weird stuff? Because like they brought the kid there too, so it's like I don't know, a weird thing. Wouldn't he have his birthright there? But that's not like mentioned. But the lifetime of Terah, right into the death, was 205 years. Then Terah died in Haran.
That's pretty short.
Yeah, compared, they were living like 850 years and shit.
Yeah, it's been keep getting cut down more and more.
He never made it to his homeland. What did he say? Before his father. Oh, they plan on going to Canaan. Okay. Chapter 12. Abram's call and migration. Oh, and then this is the story of when he was in that town.
In Haran?
I don't remember if it was Haran. I think though in this town they talked about him dying, but then they talk again of, well, I don't know where that kid was, where Abram tells her to pretend that they're brother and sister.
Oh yeah.
Lord says to Abram, "Go forth from the land of your kinsfolk and from your father's house to a land that I'll show you. Stay tuned. I'll make you a great nation and I'll bless you. I'll make your name great and you'll be a blessing, and I'll bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. All the communities of the earth shall find blessing in you." Speak for yourself. Abram went as the Lord directed, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he left Haran. Oh, so in Haran, God's like, all right, time to move on from...
So you can get him wicked blessed.
Yeah. He left Haran. Abram took, and that's probably just like, hey, there's probably stuff out there that I can take. Well, if other dudes can take stuff, I can take stuff. Did you want me to hold out?
No, it's okay. It's just a little note for myself.
A good note? Do you want a pen?
I got the pen. I got a nice pen that I like to use.
It looked like perhaps it was on the brink of destruction. All those Socrates. You lose.
Right on the notebook.
The special place. You stay there no matter what? Is that why you let me pet you? Then you would have to move?
I got close.
I want to try those English muffins. Maybe with some butter. A little bit of like salted butter.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's feasible?
You want me to try cutting them in half?
Like bagel wise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You think it'd be a problem?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
Okay, baby. I will bring one of these bread things. English muffins that aren't quite English muffins.
One that isn't underdone. If you could manage.
Well, they were all done in the oven. I guess I'll have to cut them open and see. Do the best I can, wife.
Or poke. What about your other senses?
Poke. I I'm not confident in my ability to poke bread and tell if it's.
If it comes back up.
If I poke it and it comes back up, it is.
Be forceful like a sensual barbarian. Come back up is good.
Okay.
But don't come back up. It's not so good, in my opinion.
Okay, baby.
Thanks. You can make me a raw cake, though. I'll eat that. You can make me completely raw dough. I'll eat that. Husband, I'm tired. We went backwards. We didn't even read forwards. We're a bunch of idiots. Yes.
Not for today.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, I'll come back. We'll shut this down and then I'll bring back the
Eh.
thingy. You want to microwave for a second so it's a little warm?
Yeah.
Okay.
You put a couple ice cubes in the iced tea too.
Alright, shut her down, baby.
Oh, we wish you peace.
Love you too.